commercial break here as we enter now the 7 o'clock Eastern hour. Again, about 24 hours ago is when this all started. We had just heard an update from officials in Maine, lawmakers as well, speaking at a news conference. I want to see if we can pull up a tweet here. And if not, we'll get it here in the next few minutes from one of those lawmakers. He is a rather moderate Democrat who, before this incident happened, was unsure of his stance on an assault weapons ban. However, that has since changed since this mass shooting that happened. This is from Congressman Jared Golden. Let's read out this statement for you here next. It says, "I am arriving home in Lewiston to see my family, and after checking in on them, I will join the mayor of Lewiston and other Maine leaders to get a briefing on the current situation and learn how I can best support our community in the days to come. My office stands ready to assist the victims of this hateful act of violence in every way that we can. I want to thank the law enforcement community for keeping the people of Lewiston and the surrounding towns safe as you work to resolve this terrible and dangerous situation. My team and I also express our gratitude for the frontline medical personnel who are caring for the wounded both in the field and in the hospitals. I offer my deepest condolences to all of the families who have lost loved ones." We also learned that 3 people who were shot yesterday evening died on their way to the hospital. 18 people in total have been killed so far. Just an absolute tragedy all around, and so many people on edge as police are still looking for Robert Card. He is still on the run. This comes after his vehicle was abandoned yesterday evening, and now they are searching everywhere they can to see where this individual may be. They encourage any information, any tips with this as well. I want to pull up a information here on the timeline of events, what Maine State Police have so far shared of Robert Card. They go on to describe the description of events beginning yesterday evening at just before 7 o'clock local time, saying that the Auburn Communications Center was notified that a man walked into the Spare Time Recreation on Mollison Street in Lewiston and began shooting. This was confirmed by multiple 911 calls that followed. At 7:08 p.m., the Auburn Communications Center received multiple calls that a man had come into a bar and grill restaurant about 4 miles away or so on Lincoln Street and began shooting. Let's give you a live picture here as we continue to go through the chain of events. Multiple law enforcement agencies and emergency medical personnel were then dispatched to the scenes. At 8:06 p.m., police released a photo of the suspect to the media. At 9:26 p.m., the Lewiston Police Department received a call identifying the man in the photos as Robert Card, age 40, of Maine. At 9:56, the Lisbon Police Department notified Lewiston Police they had located a white Subaru at a boat launch in Lisbon. That vehicle was identified as belonging to Card. Police have confirmed that there were 7 people that were killed at the bowling center, 8 people killed at the bar and grill. 3 additional people died after being transported to Central Maine Medical Hospital in Lewiston for treatment, and an additional 13 people were injured in the shootings. Names of the victims still aren't available. Police are continuing to identify them and also contact family members during this very difficult time. Currently, there are over 350 law enforcement personnel that are involved in the search efforts for Card, comprised of officers from all over the state, national agencies as well. And they go on to say if anyone has any information about Robert Card, again, let's pull up his photo for you, armed and dangerous, someone that they want you to call this number before doing anything else. And that number is 207-213-9526 or 207-509-9002. So a lot of information, still trying to kind of unpack this timeline, but that is the most recent update that we're getting from Maine State Police of how things transpired yesterday. Again, about 24 hours or so again now from when this all began, and it still continues now as this individual remains on the run. Now, we've heard a lot about the different agencies that are assisting with this. That also includes in New York. There's a lot of fear that he could make his way to New York, to other states, and we're hearing from NYPD what they're doing to prepare for any possible sightings of Card as well. Let's play out what police had to say as they held a public safety briefing this afternoon.
Our hearts go out absolutely to everyone who was affected by the incident in Maine last night. And we will give you a brief update on what we as NYPD have been doing in coordination with our partners. But just to underline, this is not an NYPD investigation. It's an investigation that's being led by federal, state, and local partners up in Maine, with whom we have been in continuous and extensive contact since the incident occurred, starting just before 7 p.m. yesterday evening. An individual, a person of interest who's been identified as Robert Card, allegedly entered 2 locations, a restaurant, bar, and a bowling alley, and opened fire on all of the innocent people who were inside the location. And like we've seen way too many times, the results were devastating. Our thoughts and prayers remain with the folks of Lewiston. The individual persons of interest photo was made available yesterday evening. He is currently not in police custody. The hunt is ongoing and very dynamic. We are quite confident at this point that this horrific crime has no nexus to New York City. We can't speculate, obviously, as to any motivation, but we don't see any indications at this moment, again, from our perspective here in New York, of any political or ideological leaning. But what we can say is through extensive information sharing with other agencies, NYPD has worked through the knife to make sure that New York City remains safe. And immediately after he was first identified by authorities in Maine, his photograph and all of the identifying information that we had was distributed widely to officers across the city. We've also adjusted our resource deployments, and Chief Shell can speak to these as well, to provide additional touch points, security and observation points at places of entry into the city since yesterday evening. And as is our standard operating practice, whenever an incident like this happens, whether it's overseas or here across the country, we coordinate extensively with local law enforcement, with federal law enforcement on the ground to make sure of 2 things. 1, that we have the most up-to-date information, and 2, that we can support the ongoing investigation if and however we can as needed. So we ask the proverbial New York question: does this have any impact to New York? And do we have anything in our holdings that could enhance or support the investigation? We do this via an information sharing network called Operation Sentry that's been established for over a decade, that includes several hundred law enforcement agencies across the country. And we're extremely grateful to federal, state, and local law enforcement partners via Operation Sentry in Maine and the broader Northeast, who have been in real time as they have been dealing with this investigation and manhunt, sharing critical information with us to make sure that we can protect New York City. And I do want to reiterate, we don't see any nexus to New York City with this incident, tragic as it was. But we've been saying this a lot over the last couple of weeks, and we always do. We urge all New Yorkers to continue to go about your business, but to remain alert to your surroundings. And we've been saying this for a while now. If you see anything concerning, please don't hesitate. Please reach out. You can call 911, you can call a police officer, or our counterterrorism hotline, which is 1-888 New York City Safe. Thanks.
All right, so last night, late night hours, the executive staff of the police department and the city hall are planning a strategy as to what we could do to mitigate any chances of this individual coming down to New York City. The first thing, we activated our JOC, which is right behind you, to make sure they're in touch with all city agencies, Amtrak, Port Authority, MTA. We put out what we call critical messages to every cop, every uniformed person in the city, with the literature we had about picture in the Subaru he was driving. We had an alert on that car. LPR cars were deployed in every city crossing into the city last night, and it continues this morning. Even though that car has been recovered, we're still standing with that posture. Right now, we have a level 4 activation going on in New York City. That's up with 900 cops mobilized. We split the city into 2 parts, and those police officers will be deployed to high sensitive locations throughout the day. This is an abundance of caution we're doing this. Our aviation units will be staggered today throughout the day as to keep a continuous flight up to make sure if anything happens, we're ready to go. Again, this is cautionary. As the Deputy Commissioner mentioned, no direct threat to New York City, but everything always comes back to New York City one-way fear, or actually comes back. So this is what we did last night. We're going to stay in this posture all day. We'll watch the news and get updates from Maine as we go. Okay.
I don't know, I'm not as familiar with
dash cams or any indication that the driver was distracted at all, or I guess any information?
Well, that this incident. Thank you for your question. First and foremost, this incident is very new, so our collision investigation squads, detectives, they're going through all the protocols. You know, our tow truck operators are civilian operators, civilian members of the service, so that's going to be all part of the investigation. Cameras, witness accounts, and inspecting, of course, the inside of our tow vehicles and seeing what it was equipped with. No, they actually had to tow a vehicle on the hitch, so it was towing a car with, headed in the direction of the Brooklyn tow pound.
All right, so this protest, let me just give you a quick update before I get to that question. We've had roughly 110 protests over the last 19 days, encompassing roughly 70,000 rallies, protesters. We've effected 233 arrests. 225 of those arrests approximately were summonses for being in the street or acts of disobedience. We spoke with CUNY schools last week about our protocols, what we're doing, how we're doing it. If you recall, about 10 days ago at Columbia, we had a great meeting with Columbia. They didn't want us on the campus. We met with them. We said what we were going to do, and it worked out well. So the schools were on board with us. We'll be in uniform with all the schools. It's a protocol we're going to change today in response to Cooper Union yesterday, so we'll do that. But we've met with the schools. All the schools have been cooperative, and we're going to continue to do what we've been doing. When there is a protest at a school, we have resources on site, we have resources off site, and we were working well with the schools, so we're going to continue to do that. Right, so we have locations designated by each patrol borough, schools, high sensitive locations where there are cops are already there. So for instance, last night in Manhattan South, we had cops at CUNY schools, even though there wasn't a protest. So we are doing that.
Yeah, and this is, again, part of what we often will do when there's a significant incident. We can support investigation with resources that we have back here, and we do that habitually, and we can support the investigation up in the field, and that's a good way to make sure that we're understanding everything in as close to real time as possible. There are a number of law enforcement agencies that have surged to Maine since the incident took place, both federal, state, and local. So NYPD is part of a larger team of regional partners that are there just to help out as this manhunt is underway. All of that, those kinds of investigative steps are the reason that we would surge folks to the area. We have no indications of any family members in our AOR right now, our area of responsibility. But again, this is usually a collective effort when it's a high priority investigation like this, involving an area that is relatively rural. So there's a number of law enforcement agents who are there on the ground that can help wherever the investigation leads us. But again, we see no indication of any nexus to New York City at all.
We don't have that information at this time.
All right, listening in there to NYPD and other officials as they talk about their efforts, what they're doing even in New York as this manhunt continues, giving you this live image that we continue to get in here from Lewiston, Maine, as we get ready to speak with a reporter who is on the grounds there any minute now. Now, so far today, officials have been very busy. We've heard there hundreds of law enforcement personnel are out, and they are looking for this very dangerous and armed individual. They've searched forests, waterways, and small towns for the U.S. Army reservists who they say killed 18 people and wounded 13 in that mass shooting that happened at 2 locations, one of which is a bowling alley, the other of which is a bar, obviously sending so many people panicked, scrambling under tables, even behind bowling pins, and really just gripping the entire state of Maine in fear, especially because this individual is still not in custody. Schools, doctors' offices, grocery stores all closed. People stayed behind locked doors in cities as far away as 50 miles from the scenes of Wednesday night's shootings in Lewiston. President Biden today also ordered all U.S. flags to be flown at half-staff as condolences are continuing to pour in really around the nation and at home, including from Maine and native.
Vehicle, please turn around. You're not allowed to come here. Turn around. Turn off your lights, please. Vehicle on the road. Turn off your high beams. Turn around, please. Please back up. It's not safe. Please back up.
I also do so for Maine's hospitals and other medical emergency responders. I'm profoundly saddened to stand before you today and report that 18 people lost their lives, and 13 people injured in last night's attacks. In memory of those we lost and in honor of those who were injured, President Biden and I have ordered all U.S. flags and state of Maine flags to be lowered. To half staff immediately for the next 5 days. Maine State Police have issued a shelter-in-place order for Lewiston, Lisbon, and Bowdoin as the manhunt for that person of interest, Robert Card of Bowdoin, continues.
All right, and we're just checking in here. We have a guest that we're going to bring in here any moment now. But we are working to get more information as we leave this live image up. We have several live images coming in right now. What appears to be reports that law enforcement members could be outside of the home of Robert Card in Bowden, Maine, and also several other images that we're getting in, although it is very dark. So we're going to keep this up right now as we get all of these different live feeds settled. We're going to continue to take you through this with us as we watch this happening live and in real time. Let's keep this up. All right, we have the audio up here. We also have several other shots that we're getting in right now as we're watching this manhunt live. This is a live image out of Bowden, Maine. All right, so this is what we're seeing right now, that we're hearing that there potentially are law enforcement members that are outside of the suspect's home, Robert Card. A couple other images that we're getting in, again, very dark right now, but you can see a couple different angles, a lot of flashing lights here, many law enforcement members that are apparently outside of the home saying to the suspect, Robert Card, walk out with your hands up. We're hearing that there's a lot of conversation, instruction towards Robert Card as he has been on the run now for about 24 hours. We do have here with us, we have Greg Rogers. He's a former federal prosecutor, also a former FBI agent. He can speak to a lot of what is going on. Greg, are you able to hear us okay? Can you see this shot that we have up right now?
Yes.
Okay, so again, we just appeared to have a zoomed in shot there of what looked like the suspect's house. Again, it's difficult to see super close right now with how dark it is. But Greg, walk us through what's happening right now. And obviously this manhunt's been going on for 24 hours, but now, we're led to think that he could be at his house in Bowden, Maine. Hasn't really gone very far so far.
I got to say, I'm very surprised that he's at his home. I wouldn't have anticipated that. That would have been part of the search for him. We would have looked at every residence or any property he had any interest in. But I got to tell you, I'm very surprised he's there. And right now, not hostage negotiators, but the negotiators that are there are going to be trying to get him out of the home peacefully. And so that's what's going on right now. And fortunately, he's probably there by himself. So this is something that can take time. There's not going to be any rush. It's just going to be trying to get him out of there without anybody else getting hurt.
Yeah, this is really interesting. We have several different angles here. We're going to keep it up on this one, though. It might be the clearest angle of his home itself. But again, this happened 24 hours ago, Greg. There's so many questions surrounding just everything that unfolded. Maine considered one of the safest places in terms of data when it comes to murders and homicides. A community very shaken up, understandably so. It looks like we're getting a zoomed in image here now of the suspect's house. But just knowing what we know right now, the reports, at least up through this summer, that apparently the suspect had mental health issues, some things, details about his past that have come into question. There's a lot of concern about how this individual had access to such dangerous weapons, considering the potential mental health evaluation that he had to go through. So just kind of knowing what we know about the suspect's background so far and how this horrible tragedy was able to occur. Just give us your thoughts.
Well, unfortunately, he's military trained. He's firearms instructor. I mean, Maine, there's been a lot of discussion about yellow flag versus red flag states. There's no question that basically his psychological fallout and getting admitted should have been reported to law enforcement. They would have made efforts to retrieve his weapons, but someone this savvy could just as well have hidden a weapon too. So when I've heard a lot of those criticisms, people need to be a little reticent about that, because taking the weapons that were in his residence and weapons that were registered and known about is good, and it should have been done. But it doesn't mean that someone with his skill set couldn't have hidden weapons that law enforcement would have had a very difficult time finding.
Sure, and you know, when I'm watching all of this, Greg, I think of not that long ago, I believe it was in September, there was a very dangerous individual, Danilo Cavalcante, out of Pennsylvania, who escaped from prison, was on the run, and it took officials 13 days, I believe, almost 2 weeks to find him. And it was really difficult because of a similar situation to this in terms of the scenery, very wooded areas, difficult places to search, especially during the nighttime hours, how they were, you know, going through different challenges. And so I think a lot of the fear, too, has been how long
that will be something that we will have to wait and see what happens here.
And Alex, it is becoming more difficult to hear you as that helicopter flies overhead. You've referenced it a few times now, but again, it doesn't seem like they have been shining much of a light with the helicopter, although it kind of looks like, Brian, like the light just flicked back on that they had pointed at the house there.
Yes, so this is the second angle that we're getting from this scene, Alex. I know you probably cannot see it, but we're getting a slightly better vantage of what is happening. The police lights outside this house, and then to the left of the specific shot we're seeing now on the house, which we can see right now, which clearly there's some moving light on it. So there's some activity around the house right now.
Yeah, what do you see, Alex?
Yeah, I'm following a close look here. We just still have those two armored vehicles parked in front of the home. Shining their lights, and it is still. Oh, go ahead, Amanda.
I was just going to say, we can. tell you, though, what we can see here, which again, like Brian said, you probably can't see well from where you are because of that hill that we can see here. But we're seeing lights shine across the home that they seem to be focused on here. Again, NBC News reporting that this is the home of Robert Card. But yeah, it seems like there are pretty big spotlights that have been moving over this home.
On this side of the house that we can see from here, and it's tough to make out. I can't tell if that is a window, a light in a window in the center over the peak.
Yeah, can you make out, Alex, from where you are? There's something on over the home.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. It is very hard to see from this angle because of that hill. We can see that there are some lights being shined on this home, but you know, we just see that tiny sliver of light, and I do not know. Oh, we did see a big spotlight go over the field across this home. I believe it might be coming from, I'm not sure where it's coming from, but we did just see this giant spotlight shine across the home here in this field. I'm not sure where that was coming from, but yet we can't really see much from our position, definitely as it has gotten darker. There's a sliver of light shining on this home here. I'm not sure if it's a window. Very hard for us to make out just from our position and how the home is covered by some trees and this hill. I did mention that spotlight a few minutes ago. I haven't seen it again.
And just to explain, and so you know, Alex, what we are all looking at on the screen right now is the picture of the scene in Bowdoin. We're seeing a few more, presumably spotlights moving around as police are outside a house in Bowdoin that they believe Robert Card is in. Robert Card is the man police believe is responsible for the shootings last night in Lewiston that killed 8 people, left 13 people injured.
18 people killed.
And this is the latest scene where the biggest concentration and focus seems to be now. And we heard, probably about a half an hour ago now, we heard what sounded like a bullhorn of police talking to, saying Robert Card, asking him to come out of this house. We have not heard any of that for a little bit now. But to be fair, it could also be drowned out by the helicopter that has now arrived and is circling the property as well.
And Alex, you talked about the spotlights that you're seeing on the field to sort of set the scene for people. It sounds like the field is really the only separation between you and the reporters and this home where they seem to be focused.
Yeah, I'll be honest, you know, when law enforcement first came up to us asking us to turn our lights off because of a dangerous situation, you know, I kind of crouched down. I got a little nervous because we're somewhat close to this home. There is some distance, but it is this open field and just this little hill that's kind of acting as a barrier between us and this home here. I just saw a light from the police kind of shine up and then go towards the house. They may be repositioning their lights or just adding more light to the situation. You guys had touched on it, you know, why we were here in the first place along Meadow Road in Bowdoin, because as NBC was reporting, this is the home of Robert Card, and they were executing a search warrant, and it's been, you know, a very busy place today. There were reports earlier today of gunshots being fired, but that turned out to be false, and that was from the Maine Department of Public Safety. There were loud noises, and I want to comment right now, the armored vehicle appears to be driving close to the home, and has disappeared behind this little hill between us and the home. So that armored vehicle has just disappeared. Not sure.
Wow, and we just saw, Alex, we just saw a lot of the lights go out there and then come back on.
Yep. Yep, we had that armored vehicle drive closer to the home, and then we still have an armored vehicle positioned across the street from the home, shining some lights. We do see some lights moving around. I'm just trying to look to see. We can see a window that's being lit up. No lights on inside from what we can see, but we can see a window, a chimney, just bits and pieces of this home and that helicopter. Oh, there's a light being shined, as you can see, pointed right at us. I'm not quite sure if that is from a drone.
It does almost look like a
But we are definitely seeing law enforcement. Yeah, I think so. And we see another drone to the left. It might not be in the frame right now, but is kind of looking at the back. What would be the back of the house? Yep, okay. Yeah, and then this light that's shining right at us, and it just repositioned or went out.
And Alex, we're sticking with you here.
And again, I want to mention it.
Oh, go ahead, please.
No, just wanted to mention that, it has been quiet for a while. We heard police, trying to communicate with who they were saying is Robert Card. They were asking him to come out of this home with his hands up, nothing in them, and they said that they could guarantee his safety. And right now we're seeing an armored vehicle backing away from the home now, pulling out of the driveway completely back onto the road, this armored vehicle. We saw two here. One of them is from New Hampshire State Police, so that car is completely pulled out of the driveway, and it is actually behind another armored vehicle, so just trying to see what they're doing. It looks like the other armored vehicle right now with its red lights on is repositioning. That's going into the driveway now. So we're seeing a little switch up here with the armored vehicles. One was in the driveway, one backed out, and now we see this other one driving back in to this driveway here. And then we're seeing some lights being just moved around. Where they, again, law enforcement say Robert Card is.
And Alex, please feel free to interrupt us when you see something important that you think we need to know. And we're going to stick with this image here, but Chris Costa has now joined us on the desk as well. And Chris, you've been talking with other law enforcement. It seems like you have a little bit more information to add in here as well.
Just a little, not much, but here's what we can tell you. There are public documents that help us understand why police may be focused on this home. There are town of Bowdoin tax records that show that there is a property on the road where Alex is that belongs to someone by the name of Robert Card Sr. And it matches one of the addresses that we've been informed of that we might send a crew to. We believe Alex is at that home right now. And we believe that's the reason the police have gone to this house, is they may be trying to draw a connection between who owns that home and potentially the suspect they are looking for being inside. Now, throughout this process, I've been trying to talk to law enforcement sources to get a better understanding of what exactly they're doing. The reason we can't tell you that is because they are concerned that if Robert Card is watching television right now, explaining what they are doing would give away their tactics, jeopardize the investigation, jeopardize the lives of the officers and the first responders trying to bring this situation to a peaceful end.
Right. We certainly don't want to do that.
No, obviously not. But it is helpful to understand that in these moments where it feels so tense, why there is a lack of information.
Right. There's clearly a plan set in place that they are putting in motion here that none of us know about, but that's probably also, Alex, why it's been so quiet where you are.
Exactly, yeah, and I had that thought. I'm glad Chris mentioned it. We also want to, not give away law enforcement position, anything like that, for their safety in case Robert Card is watching TV. I want to remind people, that are watching, we are in this driveway at a neighbor's near this road, and there are just dozens of reporters, photographers here, so that's why you might hear some other noises. Other crews are working here delivering this news to folks. You might hear the noise of a helicopter that's been circling around. and we actually see, reporters just changing up positions, next to us to the left across the street. There's another field. We have a field in front of us, and then we have a field to our left, and everyone's just trying to get the best positioned where you're not able to see too much because, again, we have this little hill in front of this home here that's kind of blocking our view, but we do have an armored vehicle in the driveway of this home, shining some light on this home where they believe Robert Card is. But other than that, we don't have much light here. We had that law enforcement officer come up to all us reporters earlier. I'm trying to check the time here. Might have been an hour ago. Brian and Amanda, if you know, correct me. It's kind of gone by fast here. But they came up to us a while ago, asked us all to turn our lights off because of a dangerous situation. I kind of crouched down because I wasn't sure what was going on, and got a little nervous ourselves. So we heard of this dangerous situation, and we slowly watched law enforcement approach this home here on Meadow Street in Bowdoin, and then they started communicating to Robert Card, who they say is in this home. They were asking him to come out into the driveway and stand in front of a truck that's supposedly in this driveway. We cannot see that truck because of that hill there blocking our view. They said that police were saying that they can guarantee Robert Card's safety. They were telling him that, and that they would not hurt him.
Alex, I just want to clarify with you. Has there been any indication from the law enforcement officers on scene that Robert Card is in fact in that home? Is there any confirmation of that right now?
So there's no confirmation. We're just hearing law enforcement say Robert Card's name. That was a little while ago. It's been quiet now, but a little while ago we heard them say, Robert Card, we know that you're in there. Come out with your hands up. So they have not told us, hey, we know Robert Card is in this home, but it sounds like, listening to them, they believe Robert Card is in this home here on Meadow Street.
We're going to take a brief pause here, Alex, just to listen to what's going on and to really get a sense of the scene.
Town of Bowdoin. Where this is happening is about a 25-minute drive from Lewiston, where these double shootings happened last night. These two shootings on different locations happened last night. It's about 14 miles, and this is obviously where police are concentrating their efforts tonight, 25 hours now after the first 911 call about the shots fired at the bowling alley in Lewiston. And then just 12 minutes later, about 4 miles from there, at a bar, where 18 people in total have died, and 13 were injured. And to bring up to speed, Alex Haskell is on this scene, and we're looking at video right now of where police have essentially surrounded a house in Bowdoin right now, which again is just about 25 minutes from Lewiston, where these just horrible scenes unfolded last night.
And Brian, it was just 1 minute ago we got an email from Shannon Moss. She is the public information officer for the Maine Department of Public Safety, and she did confirm that law enforcement officials are on the scene here on Meadow Road, executing several search warrants. Now, she said what we're hearing over that loudspeaker, that's standard search warrant announcements when executing a warrant to ensure safety of all persons involved in this scene right now. They are not sure, from what she's saying, whether Robert Card is in any of the homes that law enforcement do plan on searching, but they're simply doing their due diligence by...
And good to hear that this is standard. This is what they do. They show up and they make that announcement, which is what we were listening to a while ago, about half an hour ago now.
For just a tiny...
With a Humana Medicare Advantage HMO plan, a $0 monthly premium is just the beginning. You'll also get $2,000 a year for routine dental expenses, plus vision and hearing too. even prescription drug coverage. It's all in your plan. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment.
Regional, state, local have all surrounded a home, made these exact same calls, but there's been nobody inside the home. So this is not uncommon, just so our viewers understand. This is not a pinpoint, oh, yes, the suspect they're looking for is in this home. And that's what Shannon is reminding us to convey to the viewers here, that just because these announcements are being made does not necessarily mean that this person is inside that home.
And just to reiterate, the level of where all of these scenes have been all day, the fact that we have reporters in all these different scenes. We are hoping that we keep him safe here, and I know we're giving him kind of a break here and letting he and his photographer sort of reassess what's going on. But very active scenes here that we're seeing.
Yes, and all day, Sam Rogers was outside the bowling alley for a lot of the day and was telling us that there were periods of time that all of a sudden several police cruisers would go past. We heard the same from David Guilford, who was in Lisbon near the high school there. He would see tactical crews suddenly just load up into a truck and head off. So all day for the last 24 hours, we've been hearing those calls, if you will, for
being. It's not something we personally have seen before. I honestly can't tell you the last time we took a standoff live on television.
Yeah, well, it's been years since we've seen a manhunt of this size. I think the last time we've seen anything of this scale with the sheer number of police from all over New England was Corporal Cole's.
Central, 9 back and quarters.
In April of 2018. In fact, I spoke to Cheryl Cole, Corporal Cole's wife, who says she has been watching this coverage constantly, and it is, of course, bringing up horrible memories for her during that difficult time. I want to read what she wrote to me. She said, "The news of what's happening in Lewiston sent me back 5.5 years. Granted, my situation was nothing compared to this one, but the massive manhunt in the aftermath of my husband's murder put this community in such a state of shock and horror. My heart breaks for the Lewiston community."
And a lot of hearts breaking tonight for the community. We actually learned from the Boston Bruins. We know their goalie, Jeremy Swayman, went to the University of Maine. He's from Alaska, but he has a lot of Maine in him. He talks about it a lot. And the Bruins, in response to the tragic events in Lewiston, say the Boston Bruins Foundation has created a fund to benefit the families of those affected. And they have actually pledged a minimum of $100,000. They're hoping more people will donate to that fund to help these families affected.
I believe that if I caught it correctly, they're auctioning off some sticks tonight. They're also wearing special decals on their helmets with the outline of the state of Maine with a little heart of where Lewiston is. And then actually Jeremy Swayman was the one who hung up that custom Bruins jersey over the back of the glass there over the bench. It's the number is 207, says Lewiston Strong. So they're very, a lot of people in Maine were responding to that on social media, saying how heartfelt that was for them.
Right.
Well, and it speaks to that so many communities, this resonates for a terrible reason. They've been through it. They know what we are going through. They know what is going on in your home tonight with concerns and fears and the unsettling feeling that this has happened. So increasingly it seems that people are reaching out with just support, have your back.
And to your point, Brian, we know that the shelter-in-place orders are for a very specific area of what is a geographically large state. But there are, like, for example, school districts all over the state. In southern Maine, relative to Lewiston, that's close, right? But 45 minutes away, there are school districts that are saying, because of the ongoing situation, we are canceling school. There are issues at play than getting people to work and to school. So.
Absolutely, but at the core of all of this, state police train for this kind of thing. They do respond to other standoffs in the state, perhaps not at this scale, but it's something they train for. Their negotiators, their crisis response team. Let us not lose sight of the mental health aspect at play here. Apparently telling NBC News that Robert Card was experiencing some kind of acute mental episode just before this shooting. It had a history of mental illness. So the folks who are on the ground there aren't just police in tactical gear that we talk about. It's not just the armored vehicles that we've shown plenty of video about. It is mental health professionals who are trained to respond to a situation like this if Robert Card is in fact in that home.
And as we're watching some of this video, Alex, I know you're still with us. There we go. Please, please. It sounds like there's movement there.
So we just had an officer kind of come up to all of us and ask us if you have a car in the roadway, they want you to move those cars to the side of the road so traffic can move freely. So not sure exactly what that means. They wouldn't share much details. Not sure if that means they're clearing out and it's open to the public now. I'm not seeing the vehicles here.
There that perhaps those cars are from news outlets really all over the country this evening, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think there has to be close to 100 reporters and photographers at least. So try to picture that, a few of them fit in each of these cars. They're all piled up on this small, skinny road here in rural Maine. And you might have seen a vehicle go across the road here. That is one of the armored vehicles that have just come back and is right next to us now. Adam our photographer that's with me here, he has zoomed out. So this armored vehicle is coming back and trying to get by as the road is filled with TV crews and their cars. So people are trying to adjust that there. We're seeing a state police car move. We hear them speaking, move out of the roadway so this armored vehicle can get through.
Yeah, we're looking at
look down the road here.
We're looking at another angle here too, Alex. We have our colleague Sam Rogers is there with his photographer Scout, and they have another angle here that's showing just how congested that road is.
It was quite shocking when we first got here to Meadow Road in Bowdoin, just a few hours ago, just how many cars were lined up along this small road, and now that the number of cars have, only increased, and so imagine cars piled up on both sides of this small road and these giant armored vehicles trying to get through there. It is quite the scene, and we have many reporters and photographers here, again, with our lights off. That is why it is so dark here. If you're just joining in now or would like the reminder, it is dark here because law enforcement asked us to turn off our lights because of a dangerous situation. And then they approached this home where they started to call out the name Robert Card, asking him to come out. And we don't know. It has not been confirmed if he is in fact in this home, but we have heard law enforcement say, we know that you are in here, asking him to come out with his hands up and empty with nothing in them. And there's a hill kind of blocking this home here, but apparently there's a truck in the driveway. That's what law enforcement are saying, and they want Robert Card. They were asking him to come out and stand in front of this truck in the driveway, but we can't see that because of the hill. And we have members of law enforcement shining more lights on this home here. You might be able to see, from what I can see from this home, is a chimney, a small window, but it doesn't appear any lights are on inside. It looks really dark because if law enforcement weren't shining a light on this so it's very dark here besides the lights from law enforcement, the small tiny lights of our phones with about 100 law enforcement, 100 reporters and photographers here, just these tiny lights. And of course we have the moon that's providing some natural light, but of course, as you can see, not a whole lot. And we are wide open here. We are in rural Maine. We're in a driveway of a neighbor that's allowed us all to gather here and kind of watch this scene unfold here in Bowdoin, where Robert Card could potentially be. We don't know. That has not been confirmed, and things have been silent here for a while. We heard attempts by police to try to communicate with Robert Card, who they think is inside this home, but they have stopped that for some time now. And we have had a helicopter, as I'm sure you can hear, just circle around constantly. That has been a constant presence. And the question was asked earlier, kind of where are other homes positioned in this case? This home is isolated that we're looking at now. There are no homes exactly next to it. There are neighbors down the road. There's one directly in front of us, a home across this long field here. Their lights are home, and you can't help but wonder, what are they thinking tonight? That this is happening right across the street from them, the neighbor's driveway that we're in right now. What are they thinking with, dozens of crews, reporters and photographers in this driveway, checking out this scene? It is quite, this isn't the best word, but crazy. It's pretty wild that this is happening.
One thing I think that's important to mention, as Zach brought up earlier, about the crisis negotiators that are involved in this, there are a lot of things that you are seeing and hearing through the images that we're able to bring you right now, and there are a lot of things that you are not seeing. One of those is the crisis negotiators that Zach talked about. What they are trying to do, from my experience of interviewing some of them in the past, is develop a connection with a person who may or may not be inside that home. They have a variety of ways that they can do that in terms of the technology, right, but also in their delivery. The difficulty with all of this is imagine the heightened stress for everybody involved. There are, helicopters overhead, there are flashing lights, there are armored vehicles, there are weapons present, because the law enforcement officers, right? This is already a baseline level of stress that is elevated. So the job that these crisis negotiators have to maintain calm and try to create a connection and a dialogue between somebody who might be in that house in hopes of coming to a peaceful resolution potentially could be a very tall task. What they are asked to do is not an easy feat.
And that is the question. Alex was mentioning it again there, that we don't know if he's in there.
Right.
We don't.
There is no indication he is or he isn't. Alex was telling us before he has not personally seen any movement, any indication, the lights on and off, but we don't know. That is the question.
Yeah, and I also want to point out that to step back a little bit, that this is kind of a traditional rural Maine town. Alex was painting the picture earlier of fields and homes. From just searching some property records, it appears a number of those homes are owned by the Card family, property in the Card family that they've had for decades, which is not uncommon in Maine, to have multiple properties under the same family. And speaking of the family, Katie Card, who is married to Robert Card's brother, spoke to NBC News, saying that Robert Card, who was a longtime member of the Army Reserve, started to hear voices that were saying, quote, horrible things about him a couple of months ago when he was fitted for, I guess, some high-powered hearing aids. And I want to just read this quote from her. He was picking up the voices that he had never heard. His mind was twisting them around. He was humiliated by the things that he thought were being said. And of course, she says that they tried to act, they tried to get help, and obviously were unsuccessful.
Well, can you imagine, right, as we just talked about the task of these crisis negotiators, if you were doing that with somebody who was not experiencing this acute or severe mental health issue, right, is already a difficult task. And then to try to overcome some of those other obstacles is just another barrier in the way.
Right. And we did mention that our Sam Rogers is also on scene. We'll give Alex a break for a moment, but we did see some shots from Sam Rogers and their camera there. And Sam, we could just see the sheer number of reporters that are there.
A little bit of context back home. So we're looking at a group of reporters on that driveway that Alex has been talking about for the last several minutes here. We are up on a different hill, not across this rural street, this driveway. The amount of people that you can see there, I don't know how many people Alex has estimated from down here. Up here on the field where we are, there's got to be at least 30 folks. Reporters, photographers, everybody, and just to give a little bit more context, because we are a little bit farther back and farther away from the home, this is more of a farm. This is many acres of land. I see some hay bales right behind me, and it is a very kind of rural area like we've been describing. And just when we were able to see a cruiser and that tactical truck come out, again, no idea who was involved or inside, excuse me, or what was going on, but no one has left despite those two vehicles slowly passing through. No one has left, and I guess just to get a good comparison, I don't know if you can see a few of these cars on the road. Picture going to your local county fair. This is exactly what it looks like in one of those grass parking lots, just cars packed on the side. A lot of reporters from all over the country, a lot of freelance photographers, and just people in the area that have heard about this. So we were with our Jack Moment back in Lewiston at the second shooting location from last night, and then we heard about this development going on. So we came over here, as Brian said, about 30 minutes ago. It's about a 25-ish minute drive, 15 miles from the scene to get here. And in our way over here, we were in line with other news outlets, everyone hearing about the news from Lewiston, coming over here, trying to see some more lights coming down the road, but nothing we can make out clearly. Again, we did see those two vehicles leave helicopter still flying ahead. It just kind of went out of our camera shot. It's going to be pretty tough to get the helicopter in frame with how dark it is. And as you've been hearing, another reminder, if you're just joining us, law enforcement told our Alex Haskell and all these other reporters to shut their lights off. No one has turned a light back on. A couple of reporters are using cell phone lights if they're doing some different live shots, but none of those big camera lights that you're used to seeing and have seen for really the past 25 hours or so. But yeah, Brian and Amanda, just to get things back to you, again, very rural location. Those two vehicles moved through about 5 minutes ago. I don't know because of if it was the road is so tight. Like it's hard for one car to pass through right now. I'm looking over the road right now, but there wasn't any type of rush to get out of here. I'm not sure if there's a back, exit point from the house that we're looking at. That being said, we want to make sure we kind of see everything that happens, but just saying, telling you guys like it is, those vehicles moving at a very slow speed to get out of here, but that helicopter is still rotating above.
And Sam, I want you to stay with us for a second, but I'm wondering if the folks in the control booth can pull up that map we have to show what Sam was talking about. I want to just show how close we are to that original scene. You can see Lewiston right there on the left side of your screen, just over I-95. We're talking about 15 miles, a 25-minute drive. Sam had said from the point of that initial scene at the Spare Time Recreation bowling alley to where police are now surrounding this home.
Also not far from that scene in Lisbon, where they found the car at that boat launch.
It's interesting. We'd seen an update from Lisbon police about an hour ago. And actually I should check the timestamp on when they posted it on Facebook. I know we found it about an hour ago, where they announced kind of what the status is in their community from Lisbon police. This is from the chief of police on their Facebook page. The bottom line is really the only change is that there have been some road closures and detours that have been lifted on Route 196. That's Lisbon Street, is it not, in Lewiston?
Yes,
it continues,
correct.
right? So let's not read too much into it, right? Let's not say this is all good news. He's not in Lisbon. We talked about how in Monmouth, right, earlier today, they said there's no credible information to indicate that Robert Card would be in Monmouth, but they still have to leave no stone unturned. I think it's a similar situation here with Lisbon, right, where they can say, okay, we're going to allow these roads to be reopened, but we are still asking you as residents to shelter in place. Throughout the overnight hours, they say your safety is our top priority.
Right, and again, just to reiterate, we don't know that Robert Card is in this home in Bowdoin, and in fact, public safety telling us that this is kind of just normal procedure for them when they do have to execute a search warrant. We heard them earlier talking over a loudspeaker, but Alex, we'll go back to you at the scene here. We have not heard police speak over the loudspeaker in a while, and it is interesting that they are asking for that light cut off.
Amanda, and I wanted to add to that because I was chatting with my photographer here. It also was interesting. I don't know if it's notable or not, but we did see a little while ago some law enforcement vehicles leave the area. They were asking folks to move their cars because, as Sam Rogers mentioned, there's just a lot of them packed here. It is kind of like your local fair. All these cars lined up along a road. That is the perfect way to describe this situation. So it is interesting that some vehicles left, and it's been quiet. We have a few vehicles here from law enforcement. We still have that helicopter above us continuing in its circular pattern. We have lights shined on this home of interest here where Robert Card could potentially be. And want to remind folks, because it's been so long, when we heard police speak, they were saying, Robert Card, we know you're in there. We want you to come out with your hands up, with nothing in them. They were asking him to stand in front of this truck that's in the driveway. We can't see the driveway just because of how the land is here. There's this hill blocking a home, so we can't see very much of this home. But they were asking Robert Card to come and stand in front of this truck with his hands up. Police were also communicating that they would not hurt him and that they could guarantee his safety. And again, we don't know if Robert Card is in here, but obviously police are very, very interested in what's going on here at this home in Bowdoin. And we heard Sam Rogers mentioned it. It is rural Maine. We have fields here, trees, and homes are really spaced out here. So no one directly next to this home here. But I can see across the way past this home here, just some lights through the trees, and it's what I presume is, some neighbors. But thankfully they're far away. So that is the scene right now. Here from our perspective, we still have that helicopter. It is land is here. Also worth noting, we had at least 2 drones up above this. We have not seen those drones for some time. They were shining lights at this home, but we are not seeing those drones anymore. I want to remind you, you might hear some other voices. Oh, I'll let you go ahead, Brian.
It's Zach here. Alex, you spoke to neighbors earlier. What were they saying about the family and about Robert Card himself?
At this home. Yeah, Zach, so I was chatting with an older gentleman who was parked along this road because it was blocked off. He could not get to his home. He lives up this road here. So he was saying that he knows the Card family, that they're really nice, amazing people, and he is just shocked that this could happen. He was just stunned, and you could really just see it on his face, shocked as we all are in this situation. And he says he was waiting along this road in his truck with his dog for hours, hoping to get by law enforcement to get to his home, for this road to open up, which has not for quite some time now. So I imagine he is still behind us here, waiting to get back home.
We want to stick with this scene here, so I'm hoping we can keep it sort of in a box while we bring up some of the victims that we do know are confirmed, because that is certainly, we don't want that to get lost in the flow of all of this. As police are continuing their manhunt for Robert Card, there are victims. There are 18 confirmed.
because I saw nothing else was open. Yeah, Saigon Full. Three entrees, 2 appetizers, just put chicken curry something. See, is that? Well, that makes a difference, doesn't it? Alright. Good enough. Well, I guess now everybody knows what kind of sensor you got. Yeah. Alright, see you soon. You should probably all listen to me now. Well, that actually made a difference. I'm surprised. Like all over that.
There's photographs of him bowling, so it's highly likely he's been to that bowling alley. He obviously went to easy targets. Those are very what you would call, they're just easy target scenarios because there are a lot of people there, but they're not secured. There's not going to be armed guards. Normally at a bowling alley or at a bar, there might be a bouncer, but he's not going to be armed. So he went to places where he knew there were going to be a lot of people. There were going to be a lot of easy targets, and that doesn't take a whole lot of planning. That could have been just a spur of the moment decision made, and It doesn't require a whole lot of planning to hit targets like that, and that's what he did.
All right, and Greg, I know we're talking about a variety of different angles here as we watch this all in real time, and I want to also just remind viewers here, if they're new to us, this is kind of what makes us unique. We're able to bring you these live images in real time, live, raw, and unfiltered, so you're watching this unfold as we do, and we get so many. We have, again, this shot that's outside of the suspect's home. We also have another shot out of Lewiston, too. So we do want to keep this one outside of the suspect's home up right now. Greg, I want to ask you, any other major points that you'd like to make here? Obviously, very extensive experience in handling so many big cases such as this one. Anything that comes to mind that you would like to add? It looks like we have a reporter now in the shot. We're going to take a different one here as we get out of that one. But Greg, any final thoughts? I know that you also have somewhere to be and maybe could be joining us later.
Yes. No, my final thought is law enforcement has handled this very well. They've obviously been putting in a good amount of time and effort to find this guy. I'm thrilled that they found him so quickly. And but now people are going to have to be patient, because I can assure you they're going to take their time to get him out of that house. It's a incredibly dangerous arrest scenario, because this guy is trained with very sophisticated weaponry. And again, people see a SWAT team and they see him with all that body armor on and everything. That body armor is useless against the type of rounds that are in that rifle that he has. So they're just not going to be in any hurry to go into that residence unless they absolutely have to. So they're going to let the negotiators do their job.
All right. Well, Greg, thank you so much. We really appreciate all of your insight here as we're watching this. Really helps us get a better understanding of what is happening here, how long this could take. So as always, thank you so much for being with us this evening.
My pleasure. Always good talking to you.
All right, Greg, thanks so much. We'll talk again soon. All right, and I'm Lexi Petrovich here on the desk. Thanks so much for being with us as we continue to show you all that is unfolding. Obviously, a lot of major developments here in the last 30 minutes or so, as we've learned that while we've had many of these live images, we now know that police are surrounding the suspect's home in Bowdoin, Maine. And as Greg said, they're almost a bit surprising to think that maybe he hadn't gone anywhere all along. A lot of questions about where police had searched prior to this. Obviously, we're over 24 hours out from when this tragedy first occurred. So getting so many of these images in here again, let's pull up this live image. Again, very dark, so we apologize for that. Wish we could give you a better clarity of the situation right now. But it is a bit of a relief to know that police have surrounded the suspect's home. He is believed to be in there. They have been talking to him, communicating with him as they surround it, telling him to put his hands up and walk out. But a lot of challenges that come with this. As we know, the suspect's experience and his background is also as Greg mentioned, this could go on for many hours through the night, sometimes 12 hours they see these incidents go. And police, law enforcement, they have to be very, very strategic in how they go about this, very careful, because this man is so dangerous and has very dangerous weapons on him too. And you also heard Greg talking about the body armor. Well, it doesn't really matter if you have someone who is very skilled inside of a home. You have to be so careful about how you approach a dangerous situation such as this one. We're going to use this moment to take a break. We could have a very long evening ahead of us here, but as always, we've got you covered on Live Now from Fox. We'll see you back right after this break.
Okay, well, I guess you're leaving.
You can hear there a helicopter that's circling the suspect's home.
Case in that even though the defense and the prosecution agree that cameras should not be in the courtroom, the victims' families want cameras to be in the courtroom, which is an interesting consideration. And by and large, courtrooms are supposed to be public. Proceedings are supposed to be public. The public is supposed to know what's happening in our courtrooms across the country. And the judge has to very seriously consider the public's right to know. But the judge also has to carefully make sure that no constitutional right of the defendant is being limited because of the way cameras are being used or because of the way the case is being reported throughout. In other words, all of what happens in that courtroom should be based on evidence and decisions which are made in the courtroom and not based on things that happen outside the courtroom. One concern you may recall is that the defense raised is that, as you can see here, cameras are picking up what is going on that defense lawyer's computer. We have to take certain precautions when we're in the courtroom to make sure that a defendant can communicate with his lawyer effectively and that what the lawyer is working on can be done so with the confidentiality so that the lawyer can communicate with the client and make sure that he's communicating with her in a way that is not broadcast to anyone, including the other side.
Sure, and Nicole, obviously there's been so much, as I mentioned right when we got into this interview, it's hard to believe that it's already been nearly a year since this horrific incident happened near the University of Idaho campus, and we've heard a lot of evidence since then against Kohberger, the phone records, his white Elantra, his DNA on the knife sheath under one of the victims, most notably. It really seems like there's a strong case here. So I guess when you look at what comes next, both what comes next and also what you think could be most compelling in terms of the evidence for the prosecution and also what the defense's best argument might be, kind of a couple different angles here that we're throwing at you.
Sure. I mean, I think that the most compelling evidence is going to be having witnesses tie all of these pieces of information together for us. Some of them seem pretty obvious on the surface, right? The cell phone records, the vehicle information, just the fact that we know he was in the area, or at least we believe we know that. But hearing witnesses come and testify, or about blood evidence, about the various forensic evidence which was taken from multiple scenes, all of this will paint a picture that I think, as you've already pointed out, is going to be extraordinarily difficult for the defense. But I suspect what we'll hear from the defense is that there were pieces of this investigation used ineffectively or worse, wrongly. And at the end of the day, that's what the defense is going to be trying to do, is chip away at the things we think we know or that the state thinks that they can prove.
All right, again, Kohberger facing 4 charges of first-degree murder and a felony burglary count as well. And if he is convicted, the maximum penalty could be death, possibly by firing squad. So it'll be interesting how a lot of this kind of goes along from here. But as always, Nicole, we thank you so much for joining us today. A lot of big developments in this case as well.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. All right, we have still much more to get to. Let's show you this live image again out of Bowdoin, Maine. Coming up here after the break, we're going to be bringing you out to a live report as we get an update on what is happening here. A lot of developments in the last hour. That's coming up in 2 minutes.
Unit 2, we don't have that call. Code 1, 930 Main Street, Lewiston, for a 90-year-old female with a rectal bleed. It's an alpha level call. 10-4, thank you.
All right, you're taking a live look here again out of Bowdoin, Maine. This is where police have been surrounding the home of the suspect in this, who's accused of killing 18 people in Maine 24 hours ago. Robert Card, the 40-year-old man that they've been searching for since this all started. Now, we've been showing you a couple of these different images of police that have been, we've heard a little bit of talking throughout the background of these images that are coming in. We've also heard helicopters circling overhead as well. So there's been a lot of major developments that have been coming through here. In the meantime, we've also been checking in with Fox's Kaylee Schuyler, who's live in Lewiston right now. And Kaylee, you've been talking with people, you've been seeing law enforcement, some of the efforts that they've been making there. Kind of give us an update with where you're at. You're about 20 minutes or so away from where the suspect's home is.
That's right, Lexi. And actually, law enforcement presence is starting to pick up here as well. There was just about a handful of officers that just walked by and started walking down to the second scene that the gunman killed 8 people at that restaurant. So, but it's been a really quiet day here overall. I've mostly seen media in this area. There hasn't really been a big law enforcement presence, and there still isn't, but more starting to roll in. And as I've been talking to residents, they say they're taking that shelter in place very seriously. So I've been asking a lot of people today, you know, whenever you saw the news about what happened in your city, how did you feel? What was going through your mind? And a lot of people have been telling me that they just feel numb. They said they don't really know how to feel yet. They're worried about their children, so they're glad that, you know, they're not going back to school tomorrow. And they're just worried about their safety. They said violence has been an issue before, but never anything like this. So as just it, you know, people in the area are just hoping that they can catch whoever did this sooner rather than later. But so right now in Lewiston, I am, like I said, I'm at the second scene, and this is where 8 people were killed last night. But minutes earlier, 7 people were killed at a bowling alley just about 4 miles away. The suspect started as a person of interest, but is now facing arrest warrants. So according to a Maine Information Center bulletin obtained by Fox, Card is a firearms instructor and a U.S. Army reservist. Last night, law enforcement found Card's car just before midnight in Lisbon, about 8 miles from the murder scenes. More than 300 officers are trying to track him down, and the Maine State Police have told people in Lewiston, Lisbon, and Bowdoin to shelter in place for now. I spoke with a woman who lived just feet from the bowling alley.
Heartbreaking. This is our friends, our family, our loved ones, our town, our city. Like, this isn't okay. I just haven't stopped since last night, been on and off, and tried working this morning to try to keep myself occupied, and so the kids aren't going to school.
Police say if you know anything about Card's whereabouts, you should call 911. Back to you, Lexi.
Now, Kelly, thanks so much for that update. It's interesting to hear that you're seeing more law enforcement now head your way, because we've seen a lot of activity as well at the residence. It almost looks like they may have been leaving. So we've been kind of unsure if the suspect was potentially inside of the home or if he wasn't. There's a lot of questions, as you know, surrounding this. Again, for viewers who are just joining us, because I know we have people that are tuning in here every new couple of minutes, walk us through again where you're at and kind of describe the scene right now, especially in the last few minutes.
Yeah, so it's cleared out as far as media goes, but like I said, a lot of law enforcement has started to pull up, and several cop cars have parked down by this restaurant. The name of the restaurant is Shemangi's, and this is where the second scene, where the suspect, where a gunman was last night, and 8 people were killed. And like I said, minutes before last night, just 4 miles down the road, it was estimated to be about a 9-minute drive, 7 people were killed. And unfortunately, it doesn't end there either. 3 people died while they were being transported to the hospital, and more than a dozen have been wounded. So it's been a really dark day here in Maine. That's what people keep saying. So they're just hoping, like I said, you know, whoever did this, they're hoping they are caught soon.
Certainly a very sad, grieving community today, not only in Maine, but really elsewhere as well. The whole country watching this horrible incident unfold and the manhunt continue. Fox's Kaylee Schuyler there, reporting live from Lewiston. Kaylee, thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, and let's give you another look here again at some of these feeds that we're getting in now in Bowdoin, Maine, where the suspect's home is. A couple of these kind of grainy images. You heard Kaylee talk about they're seeing more activity now moving towards Lewiston. We're seeing kind of less activity at the house. So wondering what may have happened here as law enforcement prepared to execute a couple of search warrants at the suspect's home. But right now it's pretty clear that they have not been able to locate Robert Card. He is still on the run, still a lot of concern about where this very dangerous individual could be, and we're all kind of watching along here as these developments continue, and it could be a very long evening ahead, as we know, and we're hoping that we can bring our viewers, you guys, some answers as we watch law enforcement go through this too. Unclear if we're going to be getting another update at any point here from law enforcement yet. Certainly if there's any significant developments in the next few hours, I'm sure we will. But right now, it's a lot of the same. There's a lot of law enforcement out, spanning throughout that area where the suspect's home is to where the shootings occurred, those 2 different locations. So we're going to continue to leave this up for you as we watch along. Live now is Andrew Katz coming up here and take you through more of this coverage in just a couple of minutes. Hope you stick with us as we continue to bring you all of this news as it's breaking and live.
Yes, I am. I'm right here. They can hear me, but I'm really talk much louder than this.
Literally flying across with every pass. Before that. I will do this. Oh, he's
So that led us to believe that, wow, they might have actually pinned him down in the house. But the more this kind of played out, came the more none of our colleagues working there.
All right, and welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. I'll be guiding you through the news.
We don't have that call.
The next 3 hours or so, but of course we all know now this huge story that we have been following now for the past 24 hours there in southern
Code 1930 Main Street, Lewiston, for a 90-year-old female with a rectal bleed. It's an alpha level call.
For 40-year-old Robert Card, that
10-4, thank you.
that suspect who's accused going on that shooting rampage just yesterday, leaving 18 people dead in his wake in 2 separate locations. So right now we do have still this live picture. This is outside the last known address of Robert Card, and that's why law enforcement is there outside this home. That's why the FBI is there outside this home as, what is it? It's now 9:05 there on the East Coast. And so remember, we were told that there's no confirmation Robert Card is David joins us now, but I was going to say, unfortunately, David, we always speak to presumably around these very tragic incidents. Like I said, events here. So, David, we're going to keep up some of these live area now. This rampage to show carried our viewers whether or not they're any closer. This home, to catching Robert Card. I mean, all this activity would make it seem like they're onto something, but we don't know what just yet. Is that kind of your impression here?
Yeah, it's possibly in the residence, also possible not.
We're going to continue to keep these pictures
up.
We're going to continue to talk about
where you think it's occupied,
his
and
profile,
you're going
his background,
on the premise that someone's inside and possibly going to resist your entry, but it turns out the home is empty. So I don't know what basis they have to believe.
Fatalities and injured in this shooting incident. So let's dive into this investigation as we kick off this beginning of this hour here with our friend, law enforcement expert David Katz. And unfortunately, David joins us now, but I was going to say, unfortunately, David, we always speak to you around these very tragic incidents and events here. So, David, we're going to keep up some of these live pictures to show our viewers whether or not they're any closer to catching Robert Card. I mean, all this activity would make it seem like they're onto something, but we don't know what just yet. Is that kind of your impression here?
Yeah, it's possibly in a residence, also possible not. I've been outside.
Report in Brunswick are options in addition to 414. I called a restaurant and I called that Sea Dog Brewing Company in Brunswick. They didn't answer. So.
And you're going in on the premise that someone's inside and possibly going to resist your entry, but it turns out the home is empty. So I don't know what basis they have to believe he's there or not. I mean, certainly they're going to go in because the residence is connected to him, so they're absolutely going in just for an evidentiary purpose. But hopefully they'll get this guy sooner rather than later.
Yeah, so what we're looking at right now, this is outside the home. I know it's very dark, but this is the best shot we got right now. So
go in
This is on
because
Meadow
the
Road
residence is
in
connected to him.
Bowdoin.
So they're
And
absolutely
David,
going
you've
in
heard
just for an
police
evidentiary
over the course of the night
purpose.
here shout
But
into
hopefully
a
they'll
megaphone,
get
quote,
this guy sooner
Robert
rather than
Card,
later.
you're under arrest.
Yeah,
We
so,
know you're
what we're looking
inside
at right
Come
now,
out
this
with
is
your
outside home. I
hands
know it's
up.
very,
We
very
don't
dark,
want
but this is the
anyone
best shot we got
to
right
get
now. So
hurt. Now, this is on Meadow
if Robert
Road
Card is not in the
Bowdoin.
home, why
And
would
so,
they be
David,
shouting
you've
that?
heard police,
If they
over
know
the course
he's not
of the
in the
night
home,
here,
why would they be shouting that to go execute the search warrant? Help us explain that. I think that's somewhat confusing
under arrest.
for viewers.
We know
If
you're
they're
inside.
shouting
Come
all
out
of this
with your
language
hands
out
up.
there,
We don't want
with the
anyone
assumption he's in the
to
home,
get
even
hurt.
though they
Now,
may know he's not. If
why?
Robert Card is not in the home,
Well,
why
because
would they be shouting?
I don't know
If they
whether the
know
home
he's
is
not in the
occupied or
home,
not.
why
So
would they
let's
be shouting
assume
that to
that they
go
believe he
execute
may be.
this
Flight like 2, go ahead.
Even if
help
it's
us explain that. I think
an
that's
empty
somewhat
residence. Because I don't know if they're officers. I'm sure they're very well the home is occupied or not. So
Flight like 2 will show you lifting to Central Maine.
Even if it's still in all an empty residence, a tremendous risk to the law enforcement personnel. So if they think there's a possibility,
Central U2 is transporting to Central Maine.
there's a serious risk of injury to or worse. They may have used audio amplifying devices.
Unit 2, do you still need a medic?
Your guess is as good as mine right now. Still in all, there's
so we know
a
they
tremendous
are
risk to the law
executing search
enforcement
warrants at
personnel.
properties
So if they
somewhere
think there's a possibility he's
Card.
in
There's
the
also
residence,
They're already en route. Keep them coming.
there may be some indication, maybe some movement, maybe some
the
lights,
surrounding nearby
use
wilderness.
the audio
You and I,
amplifying devices.
last
You know,
If you're headed towards 930 Main Street in Lewiston for a 90-year-old female with a rectal bleed, and it looks like Unit 2 is transporting to CMMC.
somewhat connected and using flights in the air with heat signature radar
if he's not in the
to
home,
scope
he may
them
have
out
fled
in the very, very thick
the
surrounding nearby wilderness.
It seems
you
to
and
be
I,
a tactic and a method that's being used in this search as well. Very similar, David. What do you make of that? We're trying to search for that escaped inmate,
I remember that very well. That's how they finally
found him because they were using
outside of cover.
flights
They
in
got
the air
good
with heat
signature
signature.
on the flare, but there are ways to defeat infrared. Now, this individual has military training, and believe me, snipers, for example, and individuals who are trained in any sort of close quarter battle with the military understand how the enemy can use infrared against them and how to defeat that. So I don't want to explain to people how you defeat the signature, but it is possible. There are a number of ways to do that. Yeah, well, he may know that. He may also be in that residence. In which case, they finally that's why they're not getting any movement outside of cover. So I mean, they got a good signature. It's a great technique. We used to train with it. There are ways to defeat in New York for these type of things, and it really is pretty spectacular. And believe me, snipers, for example, and individuals who are trained in any sort of close quarter battle with the military understand how the enemy can use infrared against them and how to defeat that. So I don't want to explain to people how you defeat the signature, but it is possible. There are a number of ways to do that, and he may know that. He may also be in that residence, in which case, that's why they're not getting any movement outside. So, it's a great technique. We used to train with it when I was an agent in New York for these type of things, and it really is pretty spectacular, but it can be defeated.
For the Army, due to the Privacy Act and the ongoing investigation, his background here. I want to put other details. So, David, there was some reporting that suggests he was some type of Frieden. She's a producer at the Pentagon for Jennifer Griffin. His way around the firearms. So much so that he may have unsuspected shooter Robert privately, but not in a capacity when he was in the Army. Did not told there's reporting to suggest that he was some firearms instructor, refueling specialist there for the Army. In the Army, of course, and the ongoing investigation in Maine as well. We cannot provide further details. So, David, there was some reporting to suggest he was some type of he threatened firearms instructor and expert that he knew his way around the firearms, so much so that he may have background done that. But nonetheless, I mean, he could have a capacity when he was in the Army. We're being told there's reporting to suggest that he was some type of refueling specialist.
Look, he's been in the military, so he certainly knows his way around the
there's a base in
The Army has
as
said
well.
he was not a military firearms instructor, but that doesn't mean he wasn't a private instructor. So that could be he had
pull over to the right.
certified in the state of Maine to provide small arms training. So let's assume he knows enough.
a very
that he's not just a complete
firearms
layperson, that he's fairly well trained, at least with the rifle that he's using.
Well,
You
I
know,
mean,
that's
look,
number one.
he's been in the military, so he's certainly the most
way around a
important
rifle.
element. The Army has
To look
said
at
he was
here,
not
however,
a
is
military
firearms
that this entire incident
wasn't a private
screamed
instructor, so
for
that could be
intervention.
he had an NRA certification. It could
We
be
know
that
he's had a history
certified
of
in the state of
issues.
Maine.
We know he had
to provide
time in a mental
small arms
hospital.
training.
We know he made threats.
Let's assume
he knows enough. This is not anything surprising to people listening to the show right now.
That he's fairly
That if someone
well
is
trained,
showing
at least with the
signs
rifle
of
that
mental
he's using,
instability,
that's
and has
one
made threats and is talking about
I
hearing
think the
voices,
most important
the last thing you want them to be able to do is get their hands
to
on
look
a
at
weapon.
here, however,
You need
is
to
the fact
there needs to be that this entire incident,
and you and I have talked
screamed
about this before, for intervention that was
there
not
needs to be a
undertaken.
mechanism by which
We know he's had a
someone
history
who's
of
been
mental
judged
issues. We
by
know
a medical
he had
professional
time in a mental
to have
hospital.
a mental
We know he
impairment.
made threats.
We need to be able
You
to
would
get a
think,
warrant to go to that person's residence
this is
and take
not
their
anything
weapons. And
surprising
in
to people
addition to
listening to
that,
the show right now,
there needs to be some
that if someone
mechanism by which
showing
when they
signs of
try to
mental
purchase the firearm
instability
legally
and has made threats,
when the background
and is
check
talking
is
about
right now
voices,
background check,
the last
only
thing you want them
covers
to be able
criminal
to do is
history.
get their hands on a weapon.
You
think
need
that
to
could be
there needs to be
some
additional
flag
we've
for
gone
someone
through this,
who's
and you and I have talked
been
about
judged mentally
there needs to be a
unstable
mechanism
by a
by
medical
which
professional.
certainly,
If
at
someone's
least
been judged
there should be
by a medical
some
professional,
some
to have a
pause
mental impairment
in that process.
we need to be able to get a
we need
warrant to go to that person's residence and take their
inspection
weapons.
And in
before we
addition
make
to
a sale of
that,
a firearm.
there needs
But
to be some
again,
mechanism
once again,
by which when they
not done with
try to
tragic
purchase
results.
a firearm, at least legally.
I mean, David,
when the background
just
check
this
is
summer,
right now,
that,
background check
sensitive
only
law
covers
enforcement
criminal
bulletin
history.
that went out last night
You
that we
would think
reported
that
on
there'd be
here
some
said
additional
just this summer he was committed for mental health evaluation over the course of, I believe, several days or several weeks. I'm not entirely sure there.
There should be some
just that
some
alone,
pause
to your point,
in that process
would
to
be
say, hey, look, we need a secondary level
red flag
of inspection
in
before we
something
make the
like
sale of a
this
firearm.
for law
But
enforcement.
again, once again, not done with
you can
tragic
kind of
results.
go into the laws. I mean, David, that Maine has just on the books regarding that
sensitive
as
law
well.
enforcement bulletin that went out last night that we reported on here
from last night.
I mean, you also, David, you know your way around firearms. I mean, look at that
health
weapon.
evaluation
That is a
over the
huge
course
weapon. Do you have
of,
any idea?
We haven't heard
several
yet
days or several weeks. I'm not entirely
kind of
sure
weapon
there
it was,
but
if you could take a guess, to your point, could you make that out? A quote unquote
it's really
red
blurry.
flag
It
in
could be
something
some
like this for
AR
law
type
enforcement,
platform,
but
and
it
there are a
wasn't,
number of
and you can kind of go
manufacturers
into
who make
the
that weapon.
laws that
The
Maine
magazine
has
is
on the
interesting.
books
Again, it's very
regarding
blurry.
that as
My
well.
guess
But I want to
is
put
that
this,
there's a
these
setup,
photos
tandem
from
setup.
last
In other
night.
words,
I mean,
you have
also,
one magazine
David, you know your way
that's
around
physically in the
firearms. I mean,
magazine
look at
well
that
of the
weapon.
weapon.
That is a huge
Attached to
weapon.
that by
Do you
a
have
clip.
any
If
idea?
you see, if you look at that picture on the left-hand side of the screen,
kind of
it looks
weapon
like it's a very, very
but
wide, like it
if
looks
you could
wider
take a
than a
guess.
magazine.
Central number 6, cleared by Unit 2, returning in
It's
service.
really blurry. Capacity device attaching the magazine in the weapon. There are a number of to an additional weapon, additional magazine. The magazine carries again, it's very blurry that way. So that allows for a fast reload. Is that how you would do it? Is once your magazine runs dry, you drop that magazine, maintain a hold of that magazine, and simply just move it. In this case, you'd move it laterally left a little bit, and then insert the fresh magazine into the magazine well. So those things are very, very commonly used. So that shows he was prepared for a fast reload at least.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to kind of get you on that as well, as we had those photos come out last night, those still images of
Central are responding. You're headed to CMMC emergency room 42.
We're going to keep talking to David here. We're getting a statement in, though, from Maine State Police. They say law enforcement officials are currently on Meadow Road in the town of Bowdoin to execute several search warrants. The announcements that are being heard over a loudspeaker are standard search warrant announcements when executing a warrant to ensure the safety of all involved. It's unknown whether Robert Card is in any of the homes law enforcement will search law enforcement officials are simply doing their due diligence by tracking down every lead in an effort to locate and apprehend Mr. Card. And we're also getting more details, more information in from senior law enforcement officials to Fox. David, they are saying that they want to take him alive. They want to get him alive. But where do you think this is going from here? We're now more than 24 hours after this all began. What does your gut tell you right now about possibly where the suspect could be and where the investigation is going?
Well, I mean, obviously, they want to get in the house to see what's there, see if he's made any plans, if there's any diagrams, anything on his computer. Does it seem like he prepared to go to the wilderness, for example? Does he have food? Does he have shelter? You know, I looked at the weather in that area in Maine tonight. If he is in the woods, it's going to be fairly mild in the high 50s. Tomorrow night the same way. Once we hit Saturday, the nights are dropping down into the high 30s and rain's coming in. So that'll be a factor as well. If he is in the woods right now, yeah, the elements are not really against him. Another couple of days, that's going to change. So that's a possibility. He may decide to take his own life. That's not uncommon. You know, I think in this case, here's a guy who clearly has mental issues. I don't know that if that's playing into their assessment that they want to take him alive. You always try to take everyone alive anyway. It's not that you go out to not do that.
Okay.
The problem is he going to cooperate in that plan? And that's yet to be seen.
Yeah. I just want to go over some of the reports. That we've covered that Fox has gotten throughout the course of the day. And you can chime in and respond to some of it, David. So this is from two senior law enforcement sources to Fox News, according to David Spunt, our correspondent at the Justice Department. So they believed Robert Card planned this attack well in advance and had several hiding spots ready for him. Also, aircraft with heat-sensing technology continue to fly above the search area, something I mentioned. Also, there are command centers for both agencies here in Washington. Director Christopher Wray of the FBI and ATF leaders are getting frequent updates. Also, ATF is currently trying to locate the serial number for the weapon used based on internal data. The ATF is also trying to locate other guns that he may have obtained legally or illegally. A source said it's obvious he had intense training with firearms, and that is making the search much more difficult. Also, DOJ officials are quickly working to discover a motive to see if this could be classified as a hate crime or some other form of domestic terrorism. And so right now, David, we are learning as well. Some news outlets are saying that domestic terrorism has been ruled out. That's according to ABC News. We'll wait for Fox to see if we have anything on that as well. There's also been reporting out there to suggest, this was in NBC News today, that he left some type of note behind. And so let's get into the motive factor, David. We talk about motive so much with you in these situations. Have you seen anything to suggest a motive forming, or right now that the investigation is on to something that might consist of a motive?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, the only reporting that I'm aware of that is probative is the fact that he's been treated for mental health issues. So a guy who's hearing voices, I mean, this is not, you know, it's kind of hard to make the case that it's a hate crime when someone is in the situation he apparently is in. So I think they're probably going off the assumption that it's mental instability that's you know, the motive here. I mean, you know, a person who's not thinking clearly or does not have the capacity to think clearly, and how do you really judge motive in a case like this? You know, with respect to some of the other things, he seems like he's not prepared. Just because you're mentally unstable doesn't mean you lose your intellect.
Okay.
So if you compare safe locations, he might have said. I understand that every step that law enforcement takes, either toward the house or searching.
Wi-Fi 2 will show you lifting to Central Maine.
With a rifle, so it's extraordinarily dangerous.
Yeah, also, this is interesting, too. The FBI and the ATF cannot take the lead on the case unless a federal crime has been committed. So they're looking to see if there is a federal avenue, but as of now, this remains a state matter there.
Unit 2, do you still need a medic?
And just to kind of recap.
I mean, literally the entire state, parts of New Hampshire, the Boston area is so on edge right now. Schools continue to be shut down. Businesses continue to be shut down. Also, we know that residents are so uneasy. There's a shelter-in-place order that has not been lifted as far as we are
You're headed towards 930 Main Street in Lewiston for a 90-year-old female with a rectal bleed. And it looks like Unit 2 is transporting to CMMC.
Is considered armed and dangerous, and we're 24 hours since this all unfolded, and unfortunately we lost our live pictures outside of his last known address, but this is some scary stuff.
Yeah, I mean, look, like I said, anytime anyone who enters any branch of the military is going to be trained in how to use a rifle. That means they're going to know how to maintain the rifle, they're going to know how to load the rifle, discharge the rifle, and fire it with reasonable accuracy. So it seems clear that he has at least that level of training, and if he has been instructing in the use of small arms, he may have had additional skills and training and development on his own. In that picture you have up now, it looks like he's manipulating the
Wi-Fi 2 safe on deck, Central Maine.
They changed the slide now, but you know, it could be in the middle of a reload or post reload. He's got the charging handle back, maybe. It's kind of hard for me to see. It's very blurry on my screen. You know, here in this picture, he just shoulders the weapon and he's aiming at, he's aiming at human beings that he shot without warning and without any mercy. It's just horrific. And once again, I keep harping back on it. This could have been prevented. And if anything positive comes out of this, people need to demand, not just forget about it, demand that situations like this be nipped in the bud. And and in this case, this guy was screaming for help. As far as his mental health record, there is no doubt that they had. I mean, just from a layperson's point of view, a person saying he's hearing voices and he threatens to shoot up the base, and you know he's got access to firearms, and you make no move to secure those weapons. When I go over the facts in my head, I'm just completely stunned that something like still is allowed to happen.
And David, I have to reiterate the fact that this happened just a couple of months ago. You're talking about threats to the base, the mental commitment to the mental evaluations and the mental health ward. And so this is just so recent, and I think to your point, a lot of people are asking themselves, well, how could law enforcement have let this slip between their fingers here? Also, though, to your point, I just want to get into the victims here because 7 people were dead there at the bowling alley, 1 woman and 6 men. And then at the other location, this bar and grill, 8 people were killed. They were all males. 3 died on the way to the hospital. Still, so many are injured. I'll be looking for whether or not Robert Carr knew any of these people, or whether this was, yes, senseless, but entirely and indiscriminate and random. So we have to see if and that will be a part of the motive here. But before we let you go, I just want to put this up here because this is a map of how this all unfolded and a timeline as well. And so that is a pretty sizable area for where this suspect could be. I mean, you're talking about 2 locations where the shootings took place. The suspect's car is found there in Lisbon, and now the home search is in Bowdoin, which is like 25 miles from Lewiston itself. So law enforcement, yes, there are hundreds of law enforcement officials there, but they have their work cut out for them, don't they?
Well, yeah, I mean, first of all, I mean, look, they find the vehicle, but that doesn't mean he left on foot from that point. It's possible he has another vehicle they don't know about, or had some other means of transportation. Like, I mean, think of all the ways you can get out of someplace. You have a firearm, you take someone hostage, you steal a car, you have a car that's
with a spotlight on the house, talking to whoever might be in the house. Now, since then, we've gotten indications that it was unknown whether he was in the house or not, and the fact that they just all have left, I would say likely indicates that he was not in the house. But at that time, they did not know whether he was in the house or not, so they started to give commands like, please come out with your hands up, come out with nothing in your hands, come to the front of the house and follow our instructions, come to the front of a truck, there was seemingly a truck in the driveway there, and follow our instructions. They even made kind of almost personal appeals to whoever might be in there, saying, we know this could be intimidating for you, we don't want anyone else to get hurt. So that led us to believe that, wow, they might
and that area is very densely wooded. I mean, those of you who the state of Maine is beautiful. I've been there many, many times. But imagine trying to find one person in all of that who does not want to be found. It's not, I mean, that's the task ahead of it. And by the way, while you're searching with extreme caution because the person you're looking for may try and kill you.
Sequence at about 7 p.m. Eastern time, we had our camera lights on like we do now, and law enforcement personnel came right up to us and said, turn those cameras off right now. This is creating a danger for law enforcement. So we kind of waited for the last 2 hours in darkness, but filming that scene that you saw behind you. We don't know exactly, Caitlin, but they did say that again, they're executing warrants. They're doing their due diligence. They may have not had a particular warrant for something that they needed and then came back, or they may have very well gotten a tip from someone, or we did find out from sources that there was something about what was going on at the house that gave them an indication that something or someone might be there. Now that obviously is very vague, but they've come out and obviously just encased this house for the last 2 hours to make sure that that was not the case, and they have just pulled out. It's completely dark and quiet, so it seems that they're satisfied. Should I stay here, guys? Sure. Yeah. Do you want me to stay on camera, or I can just step off, or what? Okay.
Until our batteries die, sure.
Okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
I need to change the battery.
Oh, on this?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can. They want us to step away from the camera, but stay here.
Okay.
We need to learn from, and it's our job as journalists to keep that story out there and provoke that conversation.
For sure. That sounds great. Anything else you feel like that might be worthwhile in this conversation?
No, it's just, one of the, when I go to cities, that have been devastated by, mass shootings, people, they're very personal. They want to protect the image of their town. And I always point out, it's not a measure of a city or of a region. It's just something that happened in that particular place, not because of that place. At least that's my experience. I've traveled to so many lovely places, lovely people who have just suffered this unspeakable kind of horror. And what makes it awful as we report it is that we know that we'll be out somewhere else at some point. And I hate to be Debbie Downer, but that's the reality of these things, that we will be in another community, and I'll be having, unfortunately, the same conversation with another reporter.
I've been a reporter for 3 years now, and this is the first. I knew it would come one day, but it's shocking.
Yeah, it is. When you're on the anchor desk and you're reporting these kind of stories, that I was last night. You kind of take a deep breath because these things you often don't know where it's happening, and the first information you get is not always the most accurate in terms of death toll and that sort of thing. And you're watching, these stories become bigger by the moment, and it's they're among the hardest for me personally to report.
Definitely.
So again, Lester Holt and the NBC News nightly news team were in Lewiston tonight for their broadcast at 6:30, which we carried and then came back on the air at 7. Jack Momid talking with Lester Holt tonight, kind of about a point we have talked about a lot in the last 24 hours of we know this has happened in other communities. We've reported on it. We have covered it. And it's in our neighborhood now. and just that perspective that, as Lester said, he knows he will be in another community doing this all again. But it is our turn, and it's our time to process it. Just this evening, Senator Susan Collins was in Lewiston at the latest briefing that we saw at Lewiston City Hall, and we want to share some of what she shared with the public tonight.
It's a dark day for the state of Maine. As the mayor said, our hearts are heavy with grief. This heinous attack, which has robbed the lives of at least 18 Mainers and injured so many more, is the worst mass shooting that the state of Maine has ever experienced and could ever imagine. Today, I looked out my window in Washington and I saw that the flags had been lowered. And I realized that it had been done to honor the victims of this horrific attack.
And I know it's still early, and we do not want to be overly political here, but Lester Holt mentioned the fact that this does spark a conversation around mental health among our gun safety laws in place. At that same press conference, Congressman Jared Golden, who his hometown is Lewiston, spoke even apologizing for his past votes against assault weapons ban, calling for Congress to ban assault weapons, and again apologizing, which was a significant moment for him and an emotional one in that press conference earlier today.
Specifically for forgiveness for the way he has voted and for not doing enough.
On that same vein, and with keeping in mind that now is not the time to make it political. Addressing the mental health aspect is a fact that we at this station and reporters all out throughout the state have talked about for years. The lack of infrastructure in this state to take care of people who have severe mental health needs. And we're not just talking about buildings and beds, but also the people who care for them, the caregivers. There are projections that Maine is going to be short by thousands of healthcare workers by, I believe the year, is it 2025 or 2030? This is a problem, right? This is something that, how can we address this if we do not have the people to do it? So that part of it is not new. The fact that we don't have the infrastructure in this state to take care of the vast amount of mental health issues, whether they be related to gun violence or not.
And we do have more sound, by the way, from our delegation here in Maine. Senator Angus King was, I believe, outside of Central Maine Medical Center earlier today, and he spoke about this as well.
Well, I believe one of the real problems in these situations is what's called large capacity magazines, where a shooter doesn't have to reload. And I think that's one of the most dangerous parts of this kind of situation. In terms of the mental health issues, we've heard, it hasn't been verified, but it's been discussed in the press that he had mental health issues. But whether the question is, when did he acquire the gun? If he acquired the gun 10 years ago when he was healthy and in the Army or in the Army Reserves, that's different than if he had the mental health issues and then went and got a gun. We don't know the answer to that.
Still a lot of unanswered questions, as Senator King just mentioned, and we have heard from a lot of our members of the delegation here in Maine that that they're hearing from their colleagues, speaking to Lester Holt's point of this has happened and will continue to happen in another hometown. They heard from a lot of their colleagues who are in states where this has already happened.
Yeah, even earlier today, when we heard from Governor Mills this morning, it feels like an eternity ago now, she was sharing that, of course, President Biden reached out, but what seemed to touch her more was the fact that governors from across the country, across the region, reached out and offered support, many of whom who have experienced this before. So could offer some guidance there, and she was very visibly emotional through that. So hopefully these lawmakers are able to lean on others who have navigated this difficult course. Unfortunately, we don't want that to be a reality, but it is.
Right. Our colleague Brooke Griffin was also at Central Maine Medical Center, where we also just heard from Senator Angus King, with a look at the perspective of what's been happening there over the last 24 hours.
Here at Central Maine Medical Center, the entrances and exits have been heavily guarded the entire day. These officers standing out front wearing protective gear with long guns, speaking to everybody that comes up to that entrance before letting them through. It's been about 24 hours since police say 40-year-old Robert Card walked into a bowling alley and a restaurant and opened fire, killing 18 people and injuring 13. Here at Central Maine Medical Center, they began receiving an influx of trauma patients quickly. A spokesperson telling us they got 15 patients within that first hour. Of those, 1 was transferred to another hospital, 2 were sent home, 8 were admitted, and 3, unfortunately, passed away. The hospital did go into a lockdown at the time of that shooting, which is procedure when during any nearby shooting scene. The hospital is still under a lockdown as long as the shelter-in-place order is implemented, but they are still taking walk-in and emergency patients as long as they go through security first. Leaders here saying they've never seen anything like this before, but their staff was ready.
We have an incredible team, and they train for this. We perform drills around the clock, or not around the year. We had multiple specialties engaged and involved, our orthopedic surgeons, our urologists, our vascular surgeons, of course our trauma surgeons and our emergency department physicians. We brought in about 50 additional individuals, caregivers, doctors, providers, nurses, respiratory therapists to help out with this. And they were able to very expertly and compassionately take care of those patients.
Of those 8 patients that were admitted here to this hospital, they tell us that 5 of them are currently listed in stable condition, while 3 of them are currently listed at critical. Of course, this is something that we'll be following, and all new information we'll get out to you as soon as we can. In Lewiston, Brooke Griffin, News Center, Maine.
And our coverage continues. We do plan on being on air till at least midnight tonight with you to keep track of what's going on. So Brian and I are going to step away for a moment, let you guys kind of take over here, and then we'll sort of take turns from there on out because there is still a lot to cover. This is still a very active search for Robert Card.
Absolutely, and I want to emphasize that we are not leaving at midnight. This is just an evolving situation. Right. We're figuring it out. We will continue to stay on air as long as we need to get you the latest information. I believe we have the victims, their photos again. Tough to look at. You can see Trisha Aslin there, who her friends called Trish, was at Spare Time. We just heard a little while ago from her friend and colleague at Apple Valley Golf Course about how she was a proud mother, an avid golfer, a bowler, someone who was passionate in her community and a truly beloved friend. It sounded like they were there at Spare Time for a bowling league where they had a team for Apple Valley. So her friends and family really mourning her loss tonight.
Yeah, I have a friend of hers reaching out to me now who said Trisha was a saint. She took care of everyone, no matter what the situation. This person said, it didn't surprise me that she tried to help by calling 911. Always a smile, no matter what may have been bothering this person.
That referencing the fact that we've heard from several people saying that unfortunately she was shot while trying to dial 911 and get help for all the people inside Spare Time at that moment. And don't just look at her face, look at all the faces on your screen right now. We are working to confirm the identities of other folks. State police are working to confirm the identities of other folks. I believe they said they had 8 people earlier today who they had identified. I'm sure by now that they have more. And we're just waiting to get more information from them. But let us not lose sight of the fact that these people...
18 people.
18.
Right.
Yeah.
18 people dead, 13 injured. And you're looking at 7 of them that we have been able to confirm through their families, through their friends that have told us. In a place where we feel comfortable saying, okay, enough people have confirmed to us that this person has unfortunately become a victim of this violence. For example, Peyton Brewer Ross, one of the sources that we heard from, to use it as more of a generic term, was his employer, Bath Iron Works, where he was a member of the AFL-CIO union as well. And Bath Iron Works had released a statement and a picture of Peyton saying, "All of us at Bath Iron Works are heartbroken to share that we have lost a member of our BIW family. We send our deepest condolences, thoughts, and prayers to the family and friends of our employee, Peyton Brewer Ross, who was killed in Lewiston on Wednesday night. Peyton was a valuable part of our team, a member of the pipe shop test crew, and recently assisted in the launch of Hull 523 Harvey C. Barnum Jr. DDG 124. Peyton completed the grueling coursework and on-the-job training with BIW's rigorous apprenticeship program, graduating in 2022. He was hired just 5 years ago and was making a positive impact on our company. He will be sorted.
He was there. Another person on your screen there, Joshua Seal, his wife Elizabeth, posting to Facebook that it is with a heavy heart that she shares that Joshua passed away, correcting herself, saying, "No, he was murdered." In the shooting in Lewiston. It still feels surreal. Those of you who knew him, first and foremost, he was the world's best father to our 4 pups. He was always there for them, lending an eye or a hand and going to their sporting and extracurricular activities. We continue to read these difficult quotes tonight. Another one talking about how this isn't something you'd expect. I believe we have a story from News Center Maine's Vivian Lee about another person who experienced this firsthand.
I'm going to admit it really hits home.
Brandon Mullen is mourning several of his friends killed in the shooting rampage at Spare Time Recreation Bowling Alley Wednesday night. The Lewiston man was getting ready to play a game when he heard a loud bang, then another one.
I had my bowling ball in my hand, and I heard a gunshot
on a Wednesday. You know, and you're just like, what kind of absolute sick person does that, you know?
Dropped my bowling ball on the other bowling balls.
Wow.
And I ran.
He and other bowlers headed to the closest door, away from the gunfire, which was erupting near the entrance.
They opened the door and we pushed each other to get out of there.
Brandon ran to a nearby restaurant where others hid in the back of the building. He managed to get home safely, only to find out that several of his friends had lost their lives, including Tricia Aslin, who worked at the bowling alley. Brandon says she was near the entrance when the alleged gunman, Robert Card, burst through the door. The longtime bowler says while he has continued to receive calls and messages of support since the tragedy, he won't be at peace until Card is arrested.
I just wish that they do something big time to try to find that person who did this.
And there is justice for his friends he loves so much. Vivian Lee, News Center, Maine.
You know, another one of the 7 people that we've been able to confirm so far killed in this mass shooting was Ron Morin, a softball umpire is probably how he was probably best known in his community. Mostly in the Lewiston-Auburn area. He did some state tournaments. I spoke with his close friend and colleague from USA Softball, Dave Mulcahy. And Dave told me that Ron had touched a lot of lives and that people were drawn to him.
It's like he may have even been on the field in that photo there, if you look at the screen and the photo that they shared.
Well, it's funny, funny is the wrong word. I was speaking to the person who took that photo, and I said, was he an umpire of some kind? Oh yeah, he loved it. And one of his other friends told me that he'd been doing it for at least 10 years. You know, Dave was telling me, his colleague as an umpire,
who happened to be deaf,
said Ron was even-tempered. Never saw him throw anyone out of a game. Keep in mind, this is an adult softball, right? It's men's, it's co-ed, right? It's gym class here. I was kind of getting excited, but this is a guy who Dave says was always smiling, talking about Ron Moore, and that there was another friend of his who lives in Westbrook, who works at one of the Hannaford supermarkets. He said that Ron had worked for Coca-Cola. That's how they kind of got to know each other, was that Ron would come in, deliver shipments to the Hannaford supermarkets where this other person had worked, and that finally this past summer they went to a restaurant together in Old Orchard Beach. They finally
Schmegley's Billiards, 8 are deceased. 7 males inside the establishment, 1 male outside of the establishment. Again, also apparent gunshot wounds. Multiple people were transferred to area hospitals, Central Maine Medical Center, St. Mary's, and Maine Medical Center. 3 people that were transferred to those hospitals are deceased, for a total of 18 people deceased at this time. The investigation into the person responsible for this identified a vehicle located at the Projebscott boat landing in Lisbon. That person, through the registration of that vehicle, was identified, it's been stated earlier, as a Robert Card, born in 1983. Several of the deceased have been identified, and their families, next of kin, have been notified. Approximately 8 people at this point have been identified. 10 people, 10 of these victims, still need to be identified at this time. Currently, there is an arrest warrant for 8 counts of murder for Mr. Card. And the reason it's 8 counts because 10 people have not yet been identified. As those
Code 3, 146 Oxford Street, apartment 3 in Lewiston for a 52-year-old male with difficulty breathing. He has asthma but no inhaler. It's a Delta level. Call code 3.
Today. This is a dark day for Maine. I know it's hard for us to think about healing when our hearts are broken. But I want every person in Maine to know that we will heal together. We are strong, we are resilient, we are a very caring people. In the days and weeks ahead, we will need to lean on those qualities more than ever before. As we move forward, struggling as we may, let us wrap our arms around one another and offer comfort and solace and love. I know the Maine State Police will continue to release information to the public as we confirm it, and information about any steps that the public might take to support the people of Lewiston at this time. May God bless the people of Lewiston and bless the memories of those we have lost. Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Sawshaw.
Thank you very much, Governor. We certainly appreciate your support. The City of Lewiston does, the state of Maine, and certainly our first responders. We feel that love every day, and thank you very much for that. I would also say that we want to say thank you to really a large number of other elected officials across our state, whether that's the federal delegation, local elected officials, and many others that are part of organizations or law enforcement agencies that truly wanted to join us today at this particular press event. and wanted to speak on behalf of their communities. And as the governor had mentioned, and everybody else will reiterate, our reality for today is that this suspect is still at large. And we want to provide community support to the families in the communities across the state. But we also have an incredibly strong laser-like focus on bringing this suspect into custody and ultimately to justice. So because of that mission for this particular event, today's
attention, Lifelight 2. You're being requested for an intra-facility Bridgeton Healthcare Center to Maine Medical Center. That's Bridgeton to Portland. How do you copy?
From the city of Lewiston, and some other members of his command staff are present. What I will say to the city of Lewiston,
was that a Lifelight 2 pilot, Taylor?
To have a chief like Chief St. Pierre and his entire law enforcement agency, from every level, those officers put their heart and their soul on the line on behalf of their community last night and into today. And they're doing it for the right reasons. They do it because they care. So the city of Lewiston and truly our co-responder family across the state of Maine is lucky to have Dave and his team in the mix with us. And we're also going to hear from Colonel William Ross from the Maine State Police. And Bill will highlight some of the timeline things that you're probably concerned about and certainly interested in from a story perspective. So the Colonel will come up and speak to that. And we'll also have Jody Cohen. And Jody is the special agent in charge for the FBI out of the Boston field office. And Jody will highlight some of those federal partnerships and some of the things that our federal partners are bringing to the table, bringing to bear to help us with this investigation. We also have a bunch of people here. Once you start naming people, you're going to have a problem because you're going to forget somebody or screw something up. But I would also tell you that a couple of our other federal partners are here. Kevin Neal, who was the U.S. Marshal for the District of Maine. We also have James Ferguson, and Jim is the special agent in charge from the ATF for the Boston Field Division. They are heavily invested with staff along with the FBI, and we can't thank them enough for all that they're doing on behalf of our state. I would also tell you that
Lifelight 2 will show you accepting for weather with a 5-minute delay. Patient's weight is 60 kilograms.
Patience, your professionalism, your partnership, and getting this information out. I would think that those questions are going to be brief because, again, we do have a suspect at large. And while you can help us with that, we also need to get back to our teams to push forward on that. So with that in mind, I will be back up to the podium to kind of steer that a little bit. But for starters, I would like Chief St. Pierre to join us.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Sawchuk, and welcome media partners, and thank you, Governor Mills, for those kind words. I'm going to keep this short. What I would like the very most is to express our deepest sympathies to the families and friends of the victims of this heinous crime. This is truly a tragedy that goes beyond comprehension. I'm confident in our community that our community has and will continue to come together throughout this endeavor to bring this to a successful conclusion. Although difficult, I do ask the public to continue to be mindful of their own personal safety and also that they be patient with the process as much as possible. There is extensive work and attention to detail that goes into such a large-scale investigation. I'm confident in the expertise and professionalism of our investigators and all law enforcement officials that are currently involved.
We had some empty parking lots that we saw in the Lewiston area.
The second largest state in the city.
Correct, and really just eerie, an eerie feeling to try and make sense of as we sit in this kind of holding pattern, waiting for police to capture Robert Card. We're experiencing just a weird moment in time for our state, for lack of a better word. And I think it's tough. I think it's tough for people to see us taking this moment, but I also think it's important that we are staying inside, especially in Androscoggin County and those communities as this manhunt continues, that people are staying inside if they can and playing it safe.
That is the key right now. And again, as a reminder, in case you've joined us within the last hour or so, the reason why we have been on the air nonstop since this situation unfolded last night at 7 p.m., so 27 hours ago. The reason that we have been on the air nonstop is because police have called Robert Card armed and dangerous, and there is a public safety risk which police have by no means said is no longer a threat to the public. And so it is our duty as journalists to keep our public informed and safe. And so that is what we are attempting to do with our coverage here by explaining to you not only what has happened, but also remembering the 18 people shot and killed, the 13 people injured.
Yeah, that video from earlier today, aerials over spare time, where that shooting first broke out now well over 24 hours ago. Inside not that location, but actually the second location, the bar and grill, was the manager, Joseph Joey Walker. Jack Molman was outside Central Maine Medical Center last night speaking to City Councilor Leroy Walker, who was the father of Joey. He was looking for him, kind of fearing the worst, and unfortunately the worst came true. He was the manager at Schmeggy's Bar and Grill, and Lester Holt spoke to his father earlier today. Take a little bit of a listen to that.
Joey Walker was shot to death at Schmeggy's. Shot to death, but then he went into telling her that he died as a hero because he picked up a butcher knife from somewhere, as you know, he has all that stuff near the bar anyways, and he tried to go at the gunman to stop him from shooting anybody else. The gunman shot him twice through the stomach.
Does it change your pain at all?
Oh,
knowing that?
It made it worse. Yeah, it made it worse.
Talking with Leroy Walker, who is an Auburn City Councilor, we know that his son Joey was one of the victims in this shooting.
So if you were with us last night when we were on the air, we have been on there for a while with you now, obviously. We also spoke with him when he didn't know.
Right.
All he knew was that he could not get in touch with his son, which was unusual. He said they usually would have been in touch every day. And he said he knew that if his son had been able to get out safely, he somehow would have communicated with his dad. So he was kind of in this position of, I feel inside, I know what happened here.
Right.
But he was waiting for official word, and then certainly today got the official word, and clearly devastating as it would be. And as we are learning today, is for so many families. And that number still jumps out. You see it on the bottom of your screen there, 18 people killed in Lewiston shooting. Doesn't get easier to read,
no.
Doesn't get easier to see and recognize. That's a big number.
It's a very big number, and we know at least 13 others injured. We know hospital staff still working to help a lot of families here, a lot of those victims. And in Lewiston at Central Maine Medical Center last night, we were seeing crowds of families outside of that major trauma hospital there. Mm-hmm. And also in Lewiston tonight, we have had our Don Kerrigan there all day long. You have been, Don, a part of a lot of the press briefings we've had from police this morning and then from members of our delegation.
Yeah, there's been a lot of words spoken. There's still a lot of detail, a lot of information that we don't have, lots of questions we would like to have answered now, and we can't get those answers now, perhaps in some cases because the folks we ask don't have them yet. And that's going to unfold the next couple of days. I wanted first, though, to talk about a little more about what you folks were just talking about, which is the emotional impact of this, not just on Lewiston and Auburn, but really on the whole state of Maine. I was very surprised to learn how that schools and businesses were closed today, far, far away from Lewiston and Auburn, far from where you would reasonably think there might be an actual threat from a gunman at large. And I think Some of it is shock, some of it certainly sadness, and in thoughts and prayers of the people here in Lewiston. This tragedy casts a long shadow. As you were talking a few minutes ago, Bath Iron Works worker lost his life last night. That extends to hundreds of people far-flung. I was a worker for a beverage distributor this morning in the town where I live, and his company, based in the Portland area, had one of their employees at one of the locations last night who lost his life. So this tragedy reaches out way, way beyond Maine, really touching all of our state. Governor Mills, at the briefing this morning, which seems a very long time ago now, talked about that. The governor was very hoarse, her voice, because she had been up talking all night and working on this previously. But she talked about that emotional impact and how it really people here in Lewiston. Let's listen.
I know that the people of Lewiston are enduring immeasurable pain. I wish I could take that pain off your hearts, off your shoulders, but I promise you this, we will all help you carry that grief. I ask Maine people to join me in offering our comfort to the families and friends who have lost someone, and in offering our prayers for swift recovery for those who are healing in Maine's hospitals today. This is a dark day for Maine. I know it's hard for us to think about healing when our hearts are broken. But I want every person in Maine to know that we will heal together.
We, of course, have watched with great sadness as these mass shootings have happened in other parts of the country, never really expecting that our city, our largest city in Maine, would be added to those list of mass shooting cities. And it's just a terrible shame, a terrible impact, but the search goes on. Shannon Moss from Public Safety says that they are continuing to search in the Lisbon area, says they'll be back at Bowdoin tomorrow to search another house. Meanwhile, the question exists still, what do people do tomorrow? Do businesses reopen? Do they stay closed? And questions won't be answered till tomorrow.
Don Kerrigan there, live for us in Lewiston, and thank you, Don. And his microphone was cutting out a little bit there, but important to reiterate kind of what he just said at the end there. Shannon Moss from the Department of Public Safety is saying, most importantly, the search continues, and that they'll be focused on Lisbon and Bowdoin tomorrow. Basically, that's the focus at this point. And you've been hearing us say that, but that's why we're still with you, because there is that public safety concern for someone who is considered armed and dangerous. And we did see a heavy police presence in Bowdoin already today. We know they executed a search warrant at a home in Bowdoin on Meadows Road. And that's actually where we have Alex Haskell joining us live now. And Alex, we had you for a couple of hours earlier where there was a lot of presence. Seems fairly quiet there now.
Are quiet. Actually, not too long ago, law enforcement came over to us and said basically there is no longer a scene. All law enforcement have left, but that wasn't the case just a few hours ago, where law enforcement just flooded in on this home down the road here behind me. It's obviously dark, you can't see it, but not too far away from us. You know, we were here a little before 6 o'clock. We were just kind of hanging out. Law enforcement had blocked off this road as they were executing a search warrant on a home. Things seemed to be quiet. And then as things got dark, actually a member of law enforcement came up to us, all reporters and photographers. There were dozens of us here just kind of waiting and watching to see what was going to happen here. The law enforcement official came up to us and asked us to turn our lights off that we have on top of the camera, like one that we're using right now, asked us to turn those off because of a dangerous situation. So we, of course, all listened to that law enforcement person and turned her lights off. And what happened next was pretty incredible. We saw large amounts of law enforcement come down the road. There were at least 2 armored vehicles. One I saw was from the New Hampshire State Police. They were here, followed by some other cruisers, and then they just slowly started to surround this home. They went in with these armored vehicles, law enforcement officers on foot, armed. There were canine teams, and there was a helicopter above all in this home. And then we heard someone speak over a bullhorn, a member of law enforcement, call Robert Card out by his name, saying that we know that you're inside this home, come out with your hands up with nothing in them. Law enforcement also saying, we won't hurt you. We won't hurt you. We heard this, they were repeating these lines for quite some time, and then they just stopped. And then it was sort of quiet, not much happening. Slowly, law enforcement would change their positions. They would come out of the driveway, come in. Eventually, we saw a crew leave, and then another crew leave, and that was basically it leading up to the situation that we have right now behind us. Just utter blackness, and that was not the case not too long ago, where we had dozens of reporters here and many law enforcement vehicles. So that is the scene here right now, Brian and Amanda, and the big question is, where is Robert Card, obviously?
Alex Haskell live in Bowdoin tonight, and Alex just walked you through what several hours was like this afternoon, but even for those of us who have been doing this a while, very unusual circumstances that we saw unfold there. We often have interaction with law enforcement. We're on the scene of something that is unfolding. But to have a situation like that, to say, turn your lights off, something big is going on, and then we sat there with Alex in the dark,
right,
watching whatever was going on unfold at that house in Bowdoin. And clearly it seems at this point that he was not in the house.
Mm-hmm. And to have that, to your point, to have that situation where, it's not often that we hear back in this room, because you and I are both reporters at heart. We have both been out there. Mm-hmm. It's not often that we back here are genuinely concerned about our reporters out in the field. And just, that's some of the stuff that we're dealing with here, back here, as much as you are dealing with as you're watching, is that uncertainty of, this is our friend, this is our colleague out there.
And we're all watching this happen.
And we know it's a dangerous situation. Right. Yeah.
Especially when law enforcement come over and tell you that. So, this whole thing is dangerous. Mm-hmm. Every aspect of it, our healthcare workers that are in the middle of it, the law enforcement that are in the middle of it. And so all we're trying to do is stay safe and get you the information. It was almost 12 hours ago now. There was a press briefing at Lewiston City Hall, 10:30 this morning. We heard from Governor Janet Mills and law enforcement officials, and we got a real look at what the actual timeline looked like. We all had our own notes of what happened through the night last night. We got a real look from Colonel William Ross of the Maine State Police of what unfolded last night.
18 people are now deceased at this time. The victims at the just-in-time establishment, 7 people are deceased there, 1 female and 6 males, all from an apparent gunshot wound. Victims at the Schmegley's Billiards, 8 are deceased. 7 males inside the establishment, 1 male outside of the establishment. Again, also apparent gunshot wounds. Multiple people were transferred to area hospitals, Central Maine Medical Center, St. Mary's, and Maine Medical Center. 3 people that were transferred to those hospitals are deceased, for a total of 18 people deceased at this time.
Colonel Williams there with the Maine State Police, kind of just recapping the situation. And as you mentioned, that was 12 hours ago that we last heard from them.
Which, Don Carrigan commented on. It feels like much longer than that at that point. Mm-hmm. But, that was a moment we were hinging on coming into today. That would be our first real look at what facts police can share with us and are able to share with us, and that we can pass on to you. So we certainly got a lot of information there and so many more questions. And as we're learning tonight, it will continue tomorrow.
And, our Don Kerrigan kind of talked about how he had just heard from the public safety spokesperson, Shannon Moss, which we personally back here in the newsroom had not heard from her since 7:52 when police were at that scene in Bowdoin. But he heard from her that the search continues tonight in Lisbon. And we want to bring in Sam Rogers, who you were just at the scene in Bowdoin. Thanks for joining us now here. Now that they've cleared that scene in Bowdoin, it sounds like they're continuing the search in Lisbon, and you and Hannah Cumler were there last night.
Yeah, and in Lisbon, a hotbed, I don't know if that's the right word to describe it, but like we were saying on the air up until almost 4 a.m. Early yesterday morning, it was a constant just stream of cruisers driving by. It would kind of be like, one or two just flying right by. So we were posted right by Lisbon High School, in between Lisbon Falls and Lisbon Town Center, and that was kind of the mile stretch that was blocked off. And David Guilford was there today reporting that some of those roads were being reopened in the past number of hours. But it would be really quiet, and then 6 cars drive right by. And we were looking through Google Maps just to try to see what possible area they could be searching. And we were right by the Androscoggin River. I had no idea how close the river was to the back of Lisbon High School. And we saw a number of tactical trucks set up behind the school, going into the gym. We could see into the gym. And it looked like they were preparing for something. Of course, we can't really speculate as to what they were preparing for. But there was folks stationed all over, and you're looking at video. This is what we had from last night. That was our location. That mobile gas station is really where we saw it was cruisers and multiple police officers kind of on both sides blocking that fork in the road. But again, seemed like there was probably a 2-hour stretch that every 15 minutes we would see multiple cruisers with the lights on driving by and then slowly kind of come on back. And as we reported last night, that helicopter that was circulating, we had a lot of folks on social media reach out to us looking at the flight logs and the capabilities of that technology, searching land and the water. And it's a very wooded area, like a lot of these places in Maine. And I think what I've noticed is being in all 3 of these locations in the past however many hours, it's very an interesting just geographical difference, not in terms of the physical mileage distance, but Lewiston, second biggest city in the state. So Bowdoin, where we were tonight, and I tried to explain it a few hours ago, it was like a massive farm. That's really how big that property truly was. And then Lisbon, a more kind of in-between type community where there's more homes around, but still a lot of woods and that river. And again, just so many different areas for officers to search.
And we've said it all day long today, and you kind of touched on it, what you saw last night, what you saw earlier today in Lewiston, what you saw tonight in Bowdoin. These are all very active scenes.
Yes. Yeah, and that was, I tried to, I don't know if I did the best job trying to explain that from Bowdoin about how maybe the number of law enforcement officers is similar to what we've seen, but I know Zach said it right afterwards about how this is not normal for our state, and you could feel that intensity. Like I said, when we would see cruisers flying by us, going above the speed limit, we thought, oh, this is it. They have something. But of course, with all this information coming in from all these different kinds of sources, and we know our law enforcement agencies are pursuing everything to the fullest of their capabilities. So that was definitely something you could see was different. Again, in this non-normal situation. And something else that I brought up, and the two of you know this in the field, a lot of times when you go on a scene, an officer will come up to you and give you a, hey, like heads up, here's kind of what's going on. The officers were really focused on looking out for our safety. Right when Hannah Cumler and I got to Lisbon Falls, they immediately told us, if I were you, I would back up. This is not a safe area. We heard other reports, law enforcement calling it a, quote, danger zone. Again, that stretch where you're looking right now. So that was where the circulation of the efforts was last night. I know David Guilford, again, said that those roads were reopened. That doesn't necessarily mean they're not still looking in those roads or in those areas. But again, there was a different feel, of course, with the 18 deaths. Something that these law enforcement agencies train for, never want to have to kind of go out and execute and try to find this suspect. But it definitely was that different intensity. Even in Lewiston today, one one cruiser would come up to the bowling alley where the first location of the shooting last night, and everyone's eyes are glued onto the attention. And if I can just for another second just give another compliment to law enforcement looking out for our safety. We talked to, I believe it was you two, when we had a man come from over the train tracks. We didn't know what was going on. We look into the street, and the officer that was posted across from the bowling alley near us walked over in a ready position, so to speak. And all the reporters from all the news outlets that were next to us looked back, and just a gentleman just walked down. He had something in his hand, like a bag of clothes or a bundle of clothes. And out of nowhere, we see other law enforcement officers from different agencies coming out of the woods. So they were checking our backs.
Right. Yeah.
And so they were behind us. So if you can think of, if you try to imagine at home, train tracks, a line of about 15 to 20 reporters, street, and then that scene, that bowling alley, there was law enforcement watching our backs from behind. And of course, that's a preventative measure, but they were there right away. By the time we were able to look and see what was going on, they were there taking care of the situation. And one of those officers did escort that gentleman down the train tracks, was trying to talk him out of maybe hey, don't be involved in this situation,
don't walk
right?
Through this
another neighborhood.
Scene,
yeah, especially just because everyone, whether it's members of the Lewiston community all over the state, ourselves, even as folks that were on the ground in the field today, you're always a little uneasy. And so again, when one cruiser drives by, you think, is this it? And then when one person walks by, you think, get a little hesitant.
Well, I do think that's part of the unnerving part that continues now for going into a second night of what could happen next, because this person who was accused of doing something awful in our community is still out there and is considered armed and dangerous. So certainly, I think there is for all of us, especially those communities that are specifically under shelter in place for another night, unnerving of not knowing what could be next.
Yeah, and again, going back to just how quiet Lewiston was today. Again, weather-wise, the three of us talked about it. Couldn't be more of a perfect fall day to go to Kennedy Park and play basketball. And like I said, this was around 3 o'clock this afternoon. 3 people playing basketball, and that was really it. A lot of people, and again, as you've seen on big scenes, there's a lot of people that will typically come to watch and try to observe and see what's going on. Not a whole lot of that. We did speak with a mother from the area who lives kind of next of the street over from where we were. So she did come down to check, has a lot of friends that worked in that plaza where the bowling alley was. So just wanted to kind of see what was going on. But there wasn't a whole lot of folks mingling around Lewiston today, which I think was a really big indicator of how serious that shelter-in-place order was taken. And another thing we did report on, a lot of local shelters for unhoused neighbors really stepping up when a lot of businesses closed today. The Dunkin' Donuts, the Cumberland Farms in the city were all closed, but those shelters wanted to be open to provide a safe place because they said it was frankly terrifying for some of those Mainers last night. Being told to stay inside, and they didn't have that opportunity.
They didn't have a home.
Right. And it speaks quite a bit to, you mentioned the police having your backs and the police saying, I wouldn't go there if I were you, it's dangerous. All of these scenes have been dangerous. We know the shelter in place is happening for a reason, because there is this man out there, Robert Card, that police are looking for, and they believe that he is armed and dangerous, and they have not caught him yet. And so he really could be anywhere at this point. He could be anywhere around you. But I think recognizing the fact that the media isn't there to be in the way. At least we personally are not trying to be in the way, but we're trying to get the word out. And I think they've appreciated that people have paid attention to this shelter in place.
Yes, absolutely. And that was a comment we did receive is we want to let, regardless of the situation, especially in a case like this, we do not want to be in the way at all. We are just trying to, again, pass those public messages of shelter in place in these communities. Here's where police are telling you to try to avoid, this road is closed and whatnot. And I think they've kind of understood that. Just again in Lewiston and Bowdoin, and in Lisbon Falls, in the Lisbon area, they know that people care. I mean, how many hours have we been on straight? Was 26, 27 hours straight? So clearly, you know, Mainers want to know what is going on. I think from what we've kind of gathered is those folks that are there with us, they know that they're protecting us while also trying to protect everybody else in those communities.
Sam Rogers, always good to get your perspective on this. I know you've been in the thick of it these past few days, so thank you.
We'll be back tomorrow.
Yes, we will.
Thank you.
We'll be here through the night too, as long as we need to be. Luke, our producer, do you think that it's worth revisiting that timeline of events that happened that Zach Blanchard had put together for us? Is that sure?
Right, so we'll just need a second to get that. And to Sam's point of that's why we're here, is because of the public safety part. We in this room with this group of journalists that we're fortunate to work with, we take that part of our job very seriously. And that is our responsibility, to serve the public with information, and be it as limited as it is sometimes. We want to be able to provide you with what we do know and what we don't know, and right now is that there is still that threat out there.
Yes, and to that point, we have had many viewers reaching out to us, many friends, many family, saying, hey, this was on Facebook, why aren't you reporting this? Or, hey, we know this information, why aren't you reporting this? And we are doing our very best back here to confirm everything that we can. We're not going on air with just things that we're reading on social media. We do have a standard that we want to set for all of you at home, because we don't want to have to backtrack. This is a very serious event, and we want you to be as informed as possible on what's going on.
So to that point, we do have Zach Blanchard compiled some of the data we received today about the timeline of what things looked like last night, and he walks us through some of that.
It all started around 6:56 Wednesday night when police received reports of a shooting at Spare Time Recreation Bowling Alley. Then just minutes later at 7:08 p.m., dispatchers received 911 calls about a shooter at Shemengi's Bar and Grill 4 miles away. Video showed people running from the scenes. Less than an hour later at 8:06, police released this photo of the shooter from surveillance footage, walking into Spare Time with an assault rifle. Later, sharing this picture of a white Subaru they believe he was driving. At 8:09, nearby Bates College was placed on lockdown. After that, Auburn and Lewiston residents were ordered to shelter in place around 8:30 as hundreds of officers started a manhunt. Meantime, loved ones of the victims gathered outside of Central Maine Medical Center.
Friends are here, we're all waiting, and we've heard nothing. They won't tell us if he's alive, if he's in critical condition, if he's passed. They won't tell us anything.
At 9:26, police got a call identifying the shooter as 40-year-old Robert Card of Bowdoin. At 9:56, officers were notified they found the white Subaru belonging to Card at a boat launch in Lisbon, but not him. Then at 11:52, Lisbon residents were ordered to shelter in place. Police holding a press conference warning the public of the danger.
Card is considered armed and dangerous. He is a person of interest, however, and that's what we'll label him at moving forward until that changes. If people see him, they should not approach Card or make contact with him in any way.
A reunification center was opened at Auburn Middle School, where some got good news and others got the news they feared.
Still in shock. I think we're all in shock. I think us as a community are.
Through the night, police continued their search. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Bowdoin residents were ordered to shelter in place. Then at 10:30 Thursday morning, police confirmed 18 people were killed and 13 others were injured in the shooting. But the search continues for the suspect.
This is a dark day for Maine. I know it's hard for us to think about healing when our hearts are broken. But I want every person in Maine to know that we will heal.
Zach Blanchard there piecing together the information we got today from a timeline. It was pretty much exactly 12 hours ago that press briefing was held at Lewiston City Hall, where we heard from the governor, where she said it was a dark day in Maine. And that's the latest in terms of how the events unfolded over really a very short amount of time. A lot happened. And that was something that we've commented on, that it seems like a surprising number that it was just a 45-minute window from the first to the last of the patients transported from the scene to Central Maine Medical Center. So much happened very quickly. Sam Rogers was with us just a few minutes ago talking about that the search continues, and he was at multiple locations today where the search is being concentrated. Part of the story with this is that he also mentioned was so many communities were quiet today.
Yes.
There was nobody on the road. Businesses were closed, streets were closed, schools were closed. And that paints part of the picture of what we are all going through right now. And I think it helps give a little solace and peace to the fact that we are all going through this. We are all experiencing this together to a degree. So Ann Baldridge today hit the road for us to look at what that looks like in a few communities on just a devastating day like this.
I'm here at the LL Bean store in Freeport, where they are closed today, and the sign on the door behind me says that they're closed due to the tragedy that occurred last night in Lewiston, and also just to be cautious. They are just one of the many closures across the state today. More than 200 institutions, including several schools in Maine, were closed Thursday after at least 18 people were reportedly killed in mass shootings on Wednesday night. Central Maine Community College, Bates College, and the University of Southern Maine Lewiston were all closed as well. Many local establishments are also closed Thursday due to the tragedy in Lewiston and out of the abundance of caution. We'll continue to keep you updated as we learn more. In Freeport, Ann Baldridge, News Center, Maine.
And you mentioned, Brian, a lot of those communities closed today, but many of them still planning on being closed tomorrow.
Right.
We still have this shelter in place for Androscoggin County as a whole, also Bowdoin, Lisbon, Lewiston, very much still under this shelter in place while there are still active scenes in those places.
Yeah, because a lot of the decision to close or not open or close for a little bit was based on kind of the anticipation that the shelter in place would be lifted,
right.
Or pending that being lifted. And as of tonight, it's not. It still exists.
And I don't think many people expected this to still be ongoing now, this many hours later. Again, that search continues for Robert Card, 40 years old, from Bowdoin. He is the man police believed opened fire at Spare Time Recreation and at Schmeggy's Bar and Grill, the pool hall there in Lewiston. And we have 350 plus law enforcement officials that are involved in this. We know the FBI is involved in this search. In fact, we were talking with Zach Blanchard a little bit earlier, who had heard that specifically members from that team that went in to find the Tsarnaev brothers after the Boston Marathon bombings were here in Maine helping with this search.
Which we know was we never want to compare, but it was a similar situation in the sense that it was, they're over here, we're getting a report they're there, we have to check this neighborhood, which is to a degree what is happening, I think, on a larger geographic scale in Maine right now.
A much more wooded area, more water here. Definitely a lot of complications here. And want to talk about the fact that the White House obviously has been briefed on all of this. We heard from them even last night that they were monitoring this situation, and President Joe Biden has ordered flags at half-staff nationwide. We know here in Maine, statewide, flags will be lowered for the next 5 days. We also heard from Vice President Kamala Harris a little earlier today.
Last night, Lewiston became yet another community torn apart by senseless gun violence. Once again, routine gatherings, this time at a bowling alley and a restaurant, have been turned into scenes of horrific carnage. Doug and I mourn for those who were killed. We pray for those who were injured and grieve with so many whose lives are forever changed and impacted by what happened. The Biden-Harris administration will continue to provide full support to local authorities. And as we gather details, we must continue to speak truth about the moment we are in. In our country today, the leading cause of death of American children is gun violence. Gun violence has terrorized and traumatized so many of our communities in this country. And let us be clear, it does not have to be this way.
Vice President Kamala Harris there speaking about the shooting right here in Lewiston. Governor Janet Mills was also commenting that last night President Joe Biden stepped out of his state dinner with the head of Australia, who is visiting, to call her and address what's going on there as well. About 4.5 hours ago, there was another briefing in Lewiston City Hall where we saw a number of our members of our delegation there, including Congressman Jared Golden. In Lewiston, grew up in the area, very familiar with this area as well. First time we specifically saw him speak, he had issued a statement obviously last night, but got back into town for this event. And had some comments about what unfolded that jumped off the page, I think, for a lot of folks.
Right.
So we want to take a listen to those.
Because of a false confidence that our community was above this, and that we could be in full control, among many other misjudgments, I have opposed efforts to ban deadly weapons of war like the assault rifle used to carry out this crime. The time has now come for me to take responsibility for this failure, which is why I now call on the United States Congress to ban assault rifles like the one used by the sick perpetrator of this mass killing in my hometown of Lewiston, Maine. For the good of my community, I will work with any colleague to get this done in the time that I have left in Congress.
And Congressman, asking for forgiveness for not doing enough is what we heard from him. And then, of course, Senator Susan Collins was also at that podium. And after Congressman Golden had said what he said, a lot of reporters, we have a lot of reporters from national networks. A lot of reporters kind of peppered Senator Collins with some follow-up questions there of why aren't you voting for some of this legislation?
That press event took a very political turn very quickly, as opposed to specifically addressing kind of the immediacy of what's going on right now, which I think perhaps the local media was looking for. And I think the national and international media was definitely pushing on the gun legislation questions. Senator Collins found herself talking a lot about the high-capacity magazines, the red and yellow flag laws, the bump stocks, but a lot of pressure on what comes next in Washington for this. But Congressman Jared Golden obviously saying right there he will work with anybody.
Which I think in all of these situations, again, it's hard to lump us in with sort of this group of mass shootings. But I think every time we have one of these, people often go back to the politicians and say, what now?
Right, what's next?
Right.
Because we do. We naturally turn to them for guidance in any topic of whenever we have a crisis. If it's a massive storm that caused a electrical grid crisis, we turn to them and say, what are we going to do? So I think that's the normal reaction. But just a response from Congressman Golden that jumped out to a lot of us.
Certainly, an interesting comment from him, and good to see him too after all this time to be back in Lewiston. We want to switch gears a little bit and move back to Central Maine Medical Center, where we know 14 critically injured people were brought last night. That's what we were hearing from medical staff there, and we have a reporter, Brooke Griffin, who has a little bit more from CMMC for us.
Here at Central Maine Medical Center, the entrances and exits have been heavily guarded the entire day. These officers standing out front wearing protective gear with long guns, speaking to everybody that comes up to that entrance before letting them through. It's been about 24 hours since police say 40-year-old Robert Card walked into a bowling alley and a restaurant and opened fire, killing 18 people and injuring 13. Here at Central Maine Medical Center, they began receiving an influx of trauma patients quickly. A spokesperson telling us they got 15 patients within that first hour. Of those, 1 was transferred to another hospital, 2 were sent home, 8 were admitted, and 3, unfortunately, passed away. The hospital did go into a lockdown at the time of that shooting, which is procedure when during any nearby shooting scene. The hospital is still under a lockdown as long as the shelter-in-place order is implemented, but they are still taking walk-in and emergency patients as long as they go through security first. Leaders here saying they've never seen anything like this before, but their staff was ready.
We have an incredible team, and they train for this. We perform drills around the clock, or not around the year. We had multiple specialties engaged and involved, our orthopedic surgeons, our urologists, our vascular surgeons, of course our trauma surgeons and our emergency department physicians. We had brought in about 50 additional individuals, caregivers, doctors, providers, nurses, respiratory therapists to help out with this. And they were able to very expertly and compassionately take care of those patients.
Of those 8 patients that were admitted here to this hospital, they tell us that 5 of them are currently listed in stable condition, while 3 of them are currently listed at critical. Of course, this is something that we'll be following, and all new information we'll get out to you as soon as we can. In Lewiston, Brooke Griffin, News Center, Maine.
We appreciate our colleagues helping us out with this tonight, coming from all over the nation to help us cover this massive manhunt.
We've talked about how that's what's happened with law enforcement, and we heard that's what happened with our medical professionals,
Yep.
that people just showed up to help, and a little, kind of behind the curtain of our world, that's what happens in our world. When there is a massive crisis in a community, we team up and help each other out and send crews, because there's a lot to cover and a lot of time that's needed to make it all happen.
Want to go back to an interview. Our digital producer, Griffin Stockford, actually had a conversation with a man named Chad Hopkins, who works at Apple Valley Golf Course. I believe he's the owner of Apple Valley Golf Course, and he was at Spare Time Recreation last night when this all happened, and he spoke a little bit about how difficult it can be to kind of keep reliving this as this manhunt continues. Let's hear a little bit of that.
I've tried to not watch the news over the last handful of hours, because I think if I wasn't involved, I would be much more interested in watching the news about this. But where we kind of lived it and felt like we escaped it, every second of the news that I watch right now, and I'm hanging on to every single word they say. So God forbid they call just-in-time bowling alley spare time. If they mention a name and they say it incorrectly, or if their numbers are off or whatever from what I witnessed really happened, then I get a little defensive. Not to mention the trigger. Every second of it is just triggering me. It's like that PTSD situation here. And all I'm trying to do is reach out to as many as possible in my very large, growing family, Apple Valley family, bowling alley family community, that are all reaching out and giving their condolences. And, they all have a million questions. And I'm trying to give each person, enough information so that they're at least, maybe it'll help them bring their blood pressure down a little bit and breathe a little bit easier or whatever. And it's hard to do. It's really hard to do.
And we certainly appreciate that perspective there. Obviously, none of us can imagine what any of them went through in those scenes. And on that note, we spoke with at least 3 different behavioral health specialists throughout last night and today on air here, and many of them saying, please do step away from the news. You don't have to stick with us. We certainly understand you need a break. A lot of people need a break, and a lot of this is, putting the oxygen mask on yourself before you can help others. You've got to keep yourself in check. You have to be able to step back and reevaluate what's going on. And we do have a number that we have had all day long, all night long here. You can text or you can call 988. That is the Suicide and Crisis Helpline. And that's not just for people who are in immediate crisis right now. That's for anyone who wants to talk to a behavioral health specialist or just wants to talk about what's going on, maybe just unload a little bit.
Well, and that, to that point, this is unprecedented for Maine. This is new for all of us. Unless you had the unfortunate opportunity to live somewhere else through a mass shooting and then move to Maine, we haven't gone through this. So Yeah, so these mental health experts we've been talking with for the last 24 hours have been saying just that, of talk through this, process it. There are resources available for you, and again, that number on your screen is the other option. You can text support to 207-828-6622, and those resources will be sent right to your phone. But we have resources in our state who are trained to help in situations like this, and you know what, you're not alone if you call, because they say they've been busy. They have had a lot of calls coming in the last day.
And they expect to continue to have those calls as we learn more information, as we continue to watch as this manhunt for Robert Card continues. And again, just taking care of yourselves, taking care of your loved ones, check in with your neighbors. One of the pieces of advice we got from Greg Marley with NAMI Maine, National Alliance on Mental Illness there, he mentioned bake cookies. Maybe your teenager wants to help. Bake cookies.
That's
bring
a way
them
you can help.
to your first responders, or bring them to your neighbors who maybe aren't able to get to the grocery store right now.
Yes, and I think having each other's back goes a long way, and that's the other message we're hearing from a lot of folks, including the mayor of Lewiston just this morning, saying look out for each other, and that's how we're going to get through this. A lot of people are looking out for us right now. Just take a look at your screen for a moment. A lot of organizations and groups, athletic teams, things you are very familiar with on your screen right now, just sharing a little love for us in Maine right now, and specifically in Lewiston. And this is just a small taste of what's out there. We know that you've been scrolling on your phone all day too, and likely seeing these as well, but you see a lot of those little hearts right where Lewiston is on the map, and that speaks volumes.
Seen a lot of that hashtag Lewiston Strong. I know a lot of friends and family members have been sharing that, kind of to keep the conversation going on social media if people want to search that hashtag. And the Boston Bruins, major team. They talked about, in response to these events here in Lewiston, the Boston Bruins Foundation has even created a fund to benefit families of those affected, and they are pledging $100,000 into that fund, and they're hoping more and more people donate to that fund. And I know they were auctioning off player-signed sticks, so certainly a lot of different aspects moving into this, and a lot of, as you said, a lot of different organizations really paying attention.
Well, and to your comment a moment ago, what Greg from NAMI was telling us about maybe bake cookies to help out. Doing whatever it is that you can to help is great. So if it's organizations pledging $100,000, that's wonderful. If it's you baking cookies with your kids and bringing it to the police station, that's great. And that can go such a long way in helping through this.
Certainly a situation no one in Lewiston expected to be in. No one wanted to be in. It's not a statistic we wanted to become a part of. But as you mentioned, we've heard from both the mayors of Lewiston and the mayor of Auburn, and both on the same team right now about
absolutely
how to move forward and how this has to happen together.
Right. We've talked about that we grew up here. We grew up around Lewiston. We're very familiar with it. We've done the stories on the hopeful sign. But that's all I've had in my mind is when you drive over the bridge from Auburn into Lewiston, there is the hopeful sign on the mill on the right. And it's just so prominent in my mind right now, that image of like, okay, we have to look for the hope. We have to look through kind of just the shock and the pain of this. And again, we've been talking about resources that are available. The NAMI Maine hotline is on your screen right now. It's an 800 number, 464-5767. So again, just a number of resources available for you. And of course, those are all on the News of Maine website and our app for you to access anytime as well.
I want to make sure that we are not losing sight of the fact that 18 people killed, 13 injured, and we do at this point have confirmed some of who these victims were, and major members of their communities. So if we have that full screen, we can kind of go through that list again, starting with Tricia Aslin. She last night was bowling at Spare Time. We just heard from her friend there about kind of the incident that followed all of this, and Chad Hopkins, who we just heard from, mentioned she was a hard worker, a passionate community member, and a beloved friend. He knew her from golfing and bowling, and just, you can tell a lot from that smile. And then Peyton Brewer Ross. We know Don Kerrigan mentioned him earlier tonight, worked at Bath Iron Works. Maine AFL-CIO actually put out a statement earlier. Our thoughts and prayers go out to family, friends, and co-workers of Machinists Local S6 member Peyton Brewer Ross. He was a new father, they say, loved by his community, something we are hearing a lot of. Ron Morin, another person that we know was killed last night. He was a softball umpire in the community. We're told he touched a lot of lives. A lot of people were drawn to him. We heard from a coworker and friend who said whenever we would reconnect, Ron always had a smile on his face and a huge hug to offer. Such a great person.
Hearing a lot of that. Great person,
Right.
Great human, and obviously these were people who were out with friends and people they loved. Enjoying camaraderie. Arthur Strout, also one of the victims that we've learned about, his wife Christy confirming that he died last night in these shootings. Bob Violette was a bowling league organizer. We know obviously there was a league going on there at Spare Time Recreation last night. It was a bowling alley. It was a Wednesday night. It was very busy. Bob leaves behind 5 children, we've learned. His cousin saying Arthur was a strong-willed person. He loved his kids. He loved his family and made sure he always put us, his family, first. There was never a doubt that he wouldn't take care of us, was the big meshes. Joshua Seal, upper right corner of your screen right there. His wife Elizabeth posting a message on Facebook today about him, using words like, it still feels surreal. Which, quite frankly, Elizabeth, you have a whole community behind you in that feeling, and we can't imagine what you're going through. For those who knew him, first and foremost, he was the world's best father to our 4 pups, is part of what she wrote. Not only was he an amazing father, he was a wonderful husband, my best friend, my soulmate. He was a wonderful boss, an incredible interpreter, a great friend, a loving son, brother, uncle, and grandson. These are our neighbors who lost their lives last night.
Yeah. Joseph Walker, we know, we spoke with his father, Leroy Walker. He's an Auburn City Councilor. Jack spoke with his father last night, and he was outside of the hospital waiting to hear what had happened to his son. He found out his son was not at the hospital, and so he just had that feeling that he was among those lost. And,
Joseph
and
was
certainly
a manager at the second location at Semenges, and his father Leroy was saying. He was telling Lester Holt today, he loved that bar, he loved the people who went there, and he would die for it. And he said, and that's what happened. So we have part of that conversation with Leroy.
Walker was shot to death at Sheminges. Shot to death, but then he went into telling her that he died as a hero because he picked up a butcher knife from somewhere, he has all that stuff near the bar anyways, and he tried to go at the gunman to stop him from shooting anybody else. The gunman shot him twice through the stomach.
Does it change your pain at all?
Oh,
knowing that?
It made it worse. Yeah, it made it worse.
Just really, really difficult sound to listen to.
Well, you see the grief right on his face.
Right. And we've seen it a lot on a lot of people's faces at the reunification place last night, the reunification center at Auburn Middle School. A lot of families getting great news, a lot of families getting horrific news. And also on that list of victims, we know Brian McFarland was among those killed. We have not been able to add him to the full screen just yet, but we know he was among those killed, and certainly his family mourning his loss as well.
If that feels overwhelming, which it does for us to talk about these neighbors who have lost their lives, there are 10 more to be identified. And we don't have a timeline for when that will happen, but we will be doing the same thing we are as we learn about who they are and the life they lived, and we will always do our best to honor what they leave behind in a tragedy like this.
And we know Robert Card facing charges right now, 8 counts of murder, because there are just 8 victims who have been identified. They're still working to identify the other 10, and hopefully they have made some progress on that throughout the day. We just haven't heard an update from officials on that.
I would imagine they are waiting until they can do another grouping of identifications and confirmation there. And police were saying they expect more charges for Robert Card as the identifications are positively made. So right now that is at 8 counts of murder.
We certainly thank you for continuing to join us for this continuing coverage of this massive manhunt for 40-year-old Robert Card. Might be worth bringing up his photo again for anyone who hasn't seen it in a while. Just, 350 plus law enforcement agencies looking for this man that they consider armed and dangerous. The search continues on land. It continues in water. We heard from the U.S. Coast Guard earlier today that Robert Card owns a 15-foot boat, and that is unaccounted for. So they're kind of exploring all avenues at this point. We saw them earlier at a home in Bowdoin, owned by, they believe, either Robert Card or someone in his family.
And as Don Kerrigan was telling us live, the manhunt is expected to continue tonight and into tomorrow. So that is what we will keep bringing you the latest on. That's why we're here, is to give you the information as we get it.
Our Chris Costa and Zach Blanchard are about to rejoin the desk here, but before we get back to them, Chris Costa has certainly been busy all day today as well, talking with people, and we want to bring you one of those interviews now.
Concerned about my.
Sorry, I was wanting to ask as a human being. That's just.
Yeah.
Are you? So do you want to tell me? Were you on campus when any of these events happened?
No, I was off campus when I heard about the first reports that there was an active shooter in the Lewiston area, and have been just monitoring the situation since.
How are you feeling right now?
I am feeling all of the things that people feel when their community has been attacked. I am somewhat in shock, even though we've been saying that these things can happen anywhere, and they often happen in smaller communities. And Maine has just been lucky for the most part to not have an attack like this. Of course, this is an attack on a scale that is shocking by any measure, but also concerned. I'm concerned about all of my students and my friends who work at Bates and in the community, and hoping that they are staying safe and that they are getting what they need. And again, this is unfolding right now. We don't know who the victims are, and so just kind of holding my breath at this point.
Professor, you find yourself in a very probably unique position where a large portion, the majority of your career has been dedicated to researching these exact types of incidents. What are you kind of coming to terms with now in your head, given all of the research you've done about mass shootings and one happening right in your own backyard?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that goes through your head. Obviously, most people who are following the story have seen the pictures of the suspect with the weapon, and people will draw conclusions about the type of weapon without it being confirmed yet. So I don't want to comment on what type of weapon it was, but it sure looks like some sort of a rifle that can do a lot of damage. And we've done research on the types of guns that wind up causing the most casualties in these types of events. We know that there are certain types of laws that don't necessarily restrict people's freedoms, but also can be helpful in preventing these types of attacks. And so the first, reaction, I think, is frustration, really. Frustration that we've been talking about this. We've been trying to put out information about what we know so far, and we know more and more every day about why these attacks happen, how these attacks happen, and what type of policies are seemingly effective. And it does not seem as if there's any traction to get anything done. The two opposing factions arguing past one another, and we find ourselves in a position where now we're attacked at our own home, and that feels personal. And so there's frustration, there's sadness, a little bit of anger as well.
That was Michael Roque there speaking to Chris Costa. That was actually last night, so some of that information is dated, but the message remains the same all this time later. That manhunt continues tonight for Robert Card. He's 40 years old of Bowdoin. Earlier this evening, there was a very active scene in Bowdoin with police from all over New England, more than 350 officers in the state right now. They surrounded a home in Bowdoin.
Yeah, and it was, I don't want to say false hope, but I know everybody was excited, right? It was, you were glued to the television hoping that the home that the police had such a strong presence at, and so many, journalists were at, hoping this was going to be the house that he was going to be in, and that they would be able to find him, there'd be an end to this. This is still now, so many hours later, open-ended, still so many people on edge because he's still out there, because we don't know where he is, because we still have that such an important unanswered question, still doesn't have an answer to it. So obviously the hope was that he was going to be in that house. Alex Haskell has been there all night long, and we're hoping for something with a resolution to it, and we don't have it at least yet. So Alex, how did things go there?
Lee. So it was about 2 hours ago when law enforcement came over from the house over to where we are and basically told us that the scene was over. There was nothing left. But leading up to that, we know that it was anything but that. It was a very active scene here, and I just want to kind of explain, the situation that we saw and the moments that, led up to the eventual scene being cleared. So we are along Meadow Road right now in Bowdoin, and it's rural Maine. There are fields on either side of this road, and it's a narrow road, and there are dozens of other reporters and photographers here, and so they were parked on both sides of this road, making this road so much smaller, and we are all gathered here in a driveway of a neighbor. So we were all here kind of observing this road being blocked off because we were originally here as a search warrant was being executed at a home somewhat related to Robert Card. And then as the night went on, law enforcement came over to us, members of the media, and told us to actually turn our lights off, lights that we're using right now, because it is a dangerous situation. So we all turned our lights off, and we're watching this house, which is behind me across the street here. It's hard to see just because it's dark now, but it's down the road a little ways, but we would be able to see it right where we are if it was light out. So we saw armored vehicles, 2 of them. One was at least from the New Hampshire State Police, drive up to this home, and they approached this home by foot. There were dozens of armored law enforcement officers. They had a canine team. There was a helicopter circling this home. They were shining spotlights on this home in the windows. And then eventually we heard police speaking from a bullhorn. I'm going to read you some of the things that they said. They said, "Robert Card, we know that you're in there. Come out with your hands up, with nothing in them. We won't hurt you." And they were instructing Robert Card, who they thought was in this home, to come out, stand in the driveway. But from what we could see, Robert Card never came out. There is a little bit of a hill blocking part of this home, so it was hard for us to really see everything that was happening. As I mentioned, canine team, armed officers, helicopter. There was a lot happening here in this one spot. And eventually, law enforcement came back up this road, cleared out, and it was, from what we know, unsuccessful. But it was a really intense moment here where we thought this manhunt might be over. There was a lot of hope here, but we realized that this is just something that is continuing here as the search continues. But the scene here is quiet. It's dark, as you can see behind me. And that is it right now. Lee and Zach, I'll toss things back to you.
Yeah, Alex, you've been on the scene. We should note that that video we were showing is from earlier. As you can see behind Alex, it is cleared out, but you can hear in the background there's just the sheer number of reporters. And Alex, I want you to stay with us. I know you were speaking to some residents in the area earlier, some neighbors. You walked us through the situation that happened at the home there, but this is an area where, of course, it's a small town in Maine that the Card family is known, and you spoke to some neighbors there that spoke about the family, right?
Exactly. So this road a little while ago was obviously blocked off because of what was happening at the home. So folks who live past this roadblock, they couldn't get to their homes. So They were kind of parked behind us here along the road waiting to get by, and I chatted with an older gentleman who was with his dog. They normally go out on drives in the evenings, and he was just hanging out waiting to be allowed through to go back home. And he was telling me that he knows the Card family and that he's just shocked by this because they are extremely nice people. He could never have imagined, as so many of us not even knowing this family, this could ever happen. So he was in shock, and nothing like this ever happens here. So he was just really trying to process that as he was sitting here. And he wasn't the only one. He was the only one that we chatted with, but we saw other folks just kind of sitting and waiting to be allowed through for law enforcement to clear out.
Understandably so, and we do want to note that we did hear from Maine Department of Public Safety spokesperson Shannon Moss that the search has gone back to focusing on that Lisbon area where Card's car was found at a boat ramp there, but really no other information at this point. They went to that house, they identified him on the loudspeaker, they said, "Come out, we know you're in there," those kinds of lines, but Shannon Moss said that that's standard procedure, regardless of whether or not they know he's actually in there, and they admitted that that they knew he might not be in there.
And that's, and that is protocol, and that is, there's such a thirst for information, right? We all want to know, where is he, when are they going to find him? And so I've covered standoffs before, assuming you have as well. I've seen that times where they'll announce you're there for 4 hours, they're like, we know you're in there, then they go in and the person's not there. So, but while they're searching, and then they're certainly following their beliefs that someone is there, that's how it all works. And we got our hopes up, if you will, that there'd be an end to this, and there wasn't. So we will see where we go to
and
next.
that protocol is important because they train for something like this. Mental health is a big factor in this case. NBC News has been reporting, we've been reporting that Katie Card, the sister-in-law of Robert Card, said that he was experiencing some kind of acute mental illness episode just before the shooting, that they were trying to address it, trying to get help, and obviously that wasn't the case. So he's armed, he's dangerous. They're not just going to go into that home right away. They have to follow that protocol.
You heard all those voices behind Alex Haskell just now out in Bowdoin as we hit the top of the 11 o'clock hour. So the 11 o'clock news happening for stations all across the country, at least on the East Coast time zone, and that includes national media. There's media here from everywhere. This story. Our state has the eyes of the nation, which is still weird to say out loud, but it's true, and there's a lot of interest here.
That there is. News Center Maine's Jack Mohamed is standing by. He has been at the original scene there in Lewiston for throughout the day. And Jack, you've seen the national media, and you even spoke to NBC's Lester Holt, who anchored nightly news from Lewiston earlier this evening.
That's right, Leah and Zach. Well, unfortunately, as we've been talking about, Maine has taken the national spotlight for the wrong reasons. A gunman taking the lives of 18 people here in Lewiston in 2 locations, one in a bowling alley and one at Schmenge's bar right behind me here, where we've been standing with for the better part of the day. And as you said, national media has flooded through here, and as our News Center Maine crews have been here at different locations, we've seen various media outlets here from pretty much all over the world. But if you got a chance to catch the NBC Nightly News this evening, you saw that Lester Holt and I interviewed a very common source. It was that Auburn City Councilor, Leroy Walker, about how he's coming to terms with losing his son. I talked with NBC's Lester Holt about that experience and also the responsibility that we have as journalists when it comes to reporting on mass shootings like this in our country.
You're keeping a sharp eye on
in the midst of heartbreak, anger, confusion, 18 dead, 13 injured. A gunman still on the loose. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt says coming to the scene where Maine's most devastating shooting was a decision that needed to be made.
There were a lot of compelling things about this story that made it an instant national story.
Joining us for a sit-down conversation, Lester Holt tells us the rise in mass shootings in America is a feeling that is always shocking.
They're among the hardest for me personally to report.
Some of the worst things of humanity that we encounter here, it makes you sick to your stomach. What do you tell yourself as a journalist when approaching these situations?
That it's all about people. Imperative that we bring compassion to our reporting, that we provide a listening ear.
And that compassion comes into play for us journalists. When speaking with Auburn City Councilor Leroy Walker.
If you had my gut right now, I feel like I'm squashed with a vice My neck and the back of my head feels like there's a vice squashing it the other way.
Our news crews first spoke to Leroy at the midnight hour the day of the tragedy. And at that time, he had not heard from his son since the time of the shooting. His son, a manager at Shemengi's bar in Lewiston, the location where 8 people were shot and killed.
When I wake up to the true facts that my son is dead, and I know he's dead, I know it as well as I know I'm standing here telling you, because he's not here.
Joey Walker, his son, killed in the shooting.
No, he's devastated. He's 14 hours he was trying to find out if his son was dead or alive. These are important stories to tell, because you look at them and you think that could be us, that could be me.
Lester Holt says after decades of covering tragedies,
it's not a measure of a city or of a region. It's just something that happened in that particular place, not because of that place. At least that's my experience.
You can only focus on silver linings in one devastating black hole in Maine's history. And oftentimes, since we've been reporting this for the better part of at least 30 or more hours now at this point, Lee and Zach, something that we've been telling ourselves in the newsroom, at least I've been trying to preach this a little bit, is that at the root of our job here in journalism at such horrible and tragic times in our community like this, we have to remember that our job is public service. And part of that public service is being able to constantly tell our audience something that makes them smarter, something that makes them feel safer. You watching at home should feel safer watching us, knowing that we're bringing you that information. Part of the reason why we've been going on air so much is because we do have a gunman still on the loose, that suspected gunman that police are looking for, Robert Card, still at large, still trying to track him down, and that's why we've been going through with these updates constantly as we stand here.
Yeah, Jack, it broke my heart when you spoke with that gentleman last night, and then to follow up today and hear how that story ended. I mean, that's as real as it gets, right? I mean, this is poor man is heartbroken.
Yeah, and we continue to hear those stories over and over again of all the families who, right when this happened, went to Central Maine Medical Center. You saw them outside the doors there, eventually going to Auburn to the reunification center. Some people walking away with good news that their loved ones survived, others hearing the news they feared the most. And our thoughts are certainly with them. I believe we have Matthew Torres, who is helping us from our sister station. He's live outside of Spare Time now. Matthew, I believe you also have some new names to tell us, some new victims that we are learning about tonight.
Yeah, we are able to confirm through one family member that 2 victims here at the bowling alley who died here last night were Bill Young, 43 years old, and his son, Aaron Young, who just turned 14 years old. Now this, we were able to confirm through Bill's brother, Maryland man who flew in this morning to be with family. At first, they couldn't get a hold of the family whatsoever, and they were able to finally get that information confirmed when he tells me that state troopers went to their home and finally delivered that tragic news. He was telling me that his nephew Aaron was a member of that youth bowling league here, and eventually gunshots, of course, erupted. And even though he doesn't know the full details of what happened inside that bowling alley, he is confident, knowing who his brother was, Bill, that he probably did everything he could to protect his son, who again just turned 14 years old. Again, we are confirming this information, and I know we have been careful throughout the evening as far as the names that we are able to put out there. But not only was Rob Young did confirm this information to us, but the widow of Bill, as well as Bill's father, aware that he did that interview with us. And he was able to share photos of both Bill and Aaron. Hopefully we can get that up to you guys fairly soon. But again, 2 more victims that we know of here at the bowling alley last night, where currently the scene, as you can tell, is still blocked off. Police have been here throughout really more than 24 hours now. And if anything, though, it's really been a distressing scene for a lot of the residents here. Their number one question here is, when is the suspect going to get caught? They want to feel that relief, finally breathe a sigh of relief, whatever that looks like, because they know moving forward, their lives, the community, it's never going to be the same. They just want to feel safe being back at home. And the fact that it's been so quiet here made one neighbor I spoke to quite emotional.
How would you describe what the neighborhood is like now?
I've never seen this place this way. It's quiet. I knew people who were there, far they are safe now, and the police try to support as much as they can. We hope everybody else is safe and they can find him.
Safe. I think that's what people are wanting to feel tonight. Interestingly, the neighbors who live on the street next to us, they say they didn't hear any gunshots whatsoever. They did see people scrambling, running away from the scene. In fact, one other neighbor took us to his backyard. We were able to see a different angle of this bowling alley, and it was somewhat of a quiet scene too. Again, the investigation continues and likely all taking place inside that bowling alley. But again, tonight we were able to confirm 2 more names, Bill Young and his son, Aaron Young, who just turned 14 years old, according to his family, among the victims who died here at the bowling alley. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Matthew Torres from our sister station, thank you so much, and we appreciate you helping us out here. And Zach, as you mentioned, we have kind of reached out to our family in the Tegna company to get some extra bodies on hand. This is obviously consuming our newsroom and our state, and we want to be able to provide this constant 24-hour, no commercial coverage for you guys, and we need more people to do that. And so we appreciate Matthew being here. You know, this is Zach. Quite literally, you know, the whole thing is a nightmare. But as soon as, you know, we heard that there was a youth bowling league there, been waiting to hear, you know, praying, please no kids. And so for Matthew to tell us that, you know, there's, I believe, our first child that we've learned about, Aaron Young, 14 years old, who went bowling with his dad, right? Bill Young, who's 43.
Yeah,
I mean,
this is Aaron right here. I know this is a little bit haphazard, but we want to make sure we share his photo with you as quickly as possible. A 14-year-old who was at that bowling alley with his dad, a night after work for his dad of hanging out with the kids, just enjoying time together, and this horrific tragedy. So.
Yeah, I mean, how many times do I take my own kids bowling, you know, on a random Wednesday just to spend some time together? And this is just, you know, that one hits. They all hit close to home. They're all awful. And yeah.
Yeah. And speaking of this impact on families, on kids, on parents that are continuing to watch this coverage unfold, a number of schools continue to announce that they are not having classes, of course, in the Lewiston, Auburn area, but we are also just getting word tonight from Portland Public Schools that they are working to continue to monitor the Lewiston events. I'm just reading this from Twitter right now. If police give all clear by Friday morning, we will reopen, but if needed, they are they are prepared rather to close school again on Friday. So they will update by 5 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and South Portland sent a similar message out earlier tonight. All those schools did not have school today, and then tomorrow we'll see what happens. Full disclosure, my kids aren't going to school tomorrow, whether they're school or not. So, you know, until Robert Card is found, they're uneasy. This is stuff they wanted to talk about it when we got home today. And, you know, we talked to Greg Marley from NAMI intensively over the last 24 hours. I feel like he lived here for us and was such a huge resource. And spent a lot of time about how to talk to your kids. They're not going to be able to avoid this. We're not able to avoid this, so they know what's going on. And so we talked about it. And, you know, they want to be home right now, you know, with us, and where they feel safe, and we can just talk about other things and not constantly talk about this. And that's not something that I was certainly going to argue with. So my kids are staying home whether there's school or not. So.
And in the meantime, please take care of yourselves. There is help out there. There are resources. We have a page up on our website. We're trying to compile those resources for you, even if it's like, how do I talk to my kids about this kind of thing? The state has put together resources. We've reached out to Sweetser. We had them here throughout the day, as well as NAMI Maine, really helping us make sense of this for you when it comes to just your mental well-being and your children. As you can see right here, text support. For that article, you can just text the word support to 207-828-6622.
And it's important to do, in general, it's important to do. It's extra important to do here, because this isn't something that we can say, oh, well, the last time this happened, here's how we dealt with it, right? This has never happened in our state at this magnitude. We don't know how to deal with something like this. We do need to realize and self-realize that we need a little help to do this. And the schools are amazing across the board, offering support. If and when they open back up again, the people are there for them. They're equipped for this. They've trained for things like this, hoping to never have to put it into play. So use those resources. Text that number if you don't know where to go, because there is help out there and everybody needs it, regardless of what you think you can handle. Do it, and it'll be better for you, which makes you then better for the people that you care about.
Absolutely. And speaking of just everyone who's kind of weighing in on their own experiences here, people who are offering support to others, many lawmakers I talked to today say they are hearing from other people in other parts of the country who have unfortunately lived through this before, their colleagues kind of saying, hey, this is how I handled it where I'm from. Obviously something we don't want to have to acknowledge is real, but someone else who has a very close connection to this is Chancellor Daniel Malloy of the Maine system. He, of course, was governor of Connecticut during the Newtown shootings. Chloe Thibault spoke to him earlier today. Take a listen.
Real damage would be we become hardened to these kinds of occasions, that we get used to it, that we accept it, that we don't react or mourn when this happens in someone else's state. We need to maintain our humanity and our care for one another. And what would be frightful for me is if that hardening of our societal outlook was to take place, what additional damage we would do to our society.
Yeah, so obviously he has a firsthand experience with that in what at the time was a truly horrific event, and one of those that we thought would wake the country up, and it just has continued to happen since, and it happened here in Maine. Yep,
and leaders, everywhere with weighing in on this and showing up in person. Senator Angus King jumped on the first plane yesterday to get here. Senator Collins obviously was here. We heard from her earlier tonight. We heard from Jared Golden. We heard from the Governor Mills obviously this morning at the press conference, and Congresswoman Shelley Pingree also weighing in, and we want to hear what she had to say.
I mean, I think most of us just can't keep it in our minds that this could happen here, because we think of ourselves as a state where people are rarely killed, and certainly we've never had an incident like this before. I started hearing from all of my colleagues last night who were watching the national news, and so many of them were saying, hey, this is what happened when we had a shooter in my district, this is how we dealt with this or that. And it's one of those moments where you're saying, like, gosh, this really does happen everywhere, and no state is immune, and now we have to deal with the consequences of that.
So I actually talked to Congresswoman Pingree at her Portland office earlier today, and she was telling me, like has been the case, all of Maine's congressional delegation has been in touch with the Biden administration about what is unfolding here in Maine, and Congresswoman Pingree even shared that she was in touch with U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland, who told her that FBI resources have been brought into the state, including the same team that was used to capture the Tsarnaev brothers after the Boston bombing. So all resources being brought to bear in Maine as this manhunt continues for Robert Card.
Yeah, and we talked yesterday, and I feel like we've talked about so many things. Obviously, President Biden personally called Senator King to pledge his support and extend his condolences, and Senator Collins said she heard from the president a couple of times as well. There's no shortage of resources right now looking for Robert Card. What we have is a shortage of answers because we still don't know where he is. It is the question everybody wants answered. It is the number one thing that my phone keeps getting texted. Have you heard anything? Do you know anything? Have we heard it? Is there close to an end or an idea of where he's going to be? It's what everybody wants to know, because it's an uneasy feeling. You have somebody who's obviously very sick, who's very dangerous, who's out there, and we don't know where that is. And since we don't know, it literally could be anywhere, because we just don't know. We don't know that it's not anywhere. So that's just a really, I left here yesterday, whatever time it was, hoping that when I came back, at least that question would be answered. And it's still an uneasy feeling to not have that answered.
Yeah, and I don't know if we still have that video from the scene earlier tonight. You can just see the sheer number of officers still in the state. Earlier, Public Safety Commissioner Michael Soschuk was saying that more than 350 law enforcement officers are in the state handling this manhunt tonight. Truly incredible, for lack of a better word. And It's important because of the dynamics at play. You mentioned someone who is sick, experiencing severe mental health. I mentioned earlier that family of Robert Card, Katie Card, who was married to his brother, so his sister-in-law, telling NBC News, quote, he was picking up voices that he had never heard. Quote, his mind was twisting them around. He was humiliated by the things that he thought were being said. It turned into a manic belief. Quote, he was just very set in his belief that everyone was against him all of a sudden. We reached out to make sure everyone was on the same page because he's someone who does gun training. We're concerned about his mental state, that's all. So a firearms instructor, a longtime member of the Army Reserve, mental illness on top makes it an incredibly complicated and complex situation for law enforcement this evening.
Oh, and you know what, Zach, the hard thing, right, is we want this over, right? This is on
do.
our timeline, we want this to be over, right? And it's hard to trust the process. And it's not that we don't trust the people. We certainly have full faith in the people that are searching. You remember when Corporal Cole from Norwich Walk was killed a few years back? It took a few days, you know, for a manhunt before they finally found the person ultimately responsible. So you have to trust the process. It's just a hard thing to admit to because you just want it to be over. William Ross from the Maine State Police spoke earlier at the news conference this morning to kind of go over the timeline of how all of this came together just before 7 o'clock last night when it started all of this in Lewiston. So let's hear what Corporal Ross had to say.
Last night, October 25th at approximately 6:56 p.m., the Auburn Communications Center received a 911 call of a male shooting in Just in Time, or the Spare Time Recreation Center in the town of Lewiston, located at 24 Mollison Way in Lewiston. Shortly after that, at about 7:08 p.m., the Communications Center received multiple 911 calls about an active shooter inside of a Schmenge's Billiards at 553 Lincoln Street in the town of Lewiston. A large law enforcement response from multiple surrounding agencies assisted the Lewiston Police Department in trying to identify who this individual was and what was happening. As you can imagine, this was a very fast-paced, fast-moving, very fluid scene, very dangerous scene that these guys and girls were going into.
A fast scene, a dangerous scene. They understand the stakes here. They understand the situation that they're dealing with this armed and dangerous person. You have all these communities in that shelter-in-place kind of situation tonight. So if you don't have to go out, stay in until police find this person. I don't want to lose sight of the fact that we are continuing to learn more and more about the victims. We do have some photos to share with you that we are trying to keep you updated on, just so that we can remember their names, remember their faces, and their families telling us, their friends telling us that they don't want them remembered for this tragedy. They want them to be remembered for the lives that they lived. So I don't know if we have that graphic for you. But Vivian Lee did speak to someone who survived that shooting and can talk about one of the victims.
I'm going to miss them.
Brandon Mullen is mourning several of his friends killed in the shooting rampage at Spare Time Recreation Bowling Alley Wednesday night. The Lewiston man was getting ready to play a game when he heard a loud bang, then another one.
I had my bowling ball in my hand and I heard a gunshot and I dropped my bowling ball on the other bowling balls and I ran.
He and other bowlers headed to the closest door, away from the gunfire, which was erupting near the entrance.
They opened the door and we pushed each other and to get out of there.
Brandon ran to a nearby restaurant where others hid in the back of the building. He managed to get home safely, only to find out that several of his friends had lost their lives, including Tricia Aslan, who worked at the bowling alley. Brandon says she was near the entrance when the alleged gunman, Robert Card, burst through the door. The longtime bowler says while he has continued to receive calls and messages of support since the tragedy, he won't be at peace until Card is arrested.
I just wish that they do something big time to try to find that person who did this.
And there is justice for his friends he loves so much. Vivian Lee, News Center, Maine.
Wow. Every story.
Yeah, and you know, yesterday we talked about what the potential ripple effect was going to be once we started to hear these names, and then we found out how we all are somehow connected to these people because we're such a small state.
The big small town situation.
Yeah, so now we see the names and we hear the stories and we hear about them, and it just, you know, it's necessary for healing, and yet it enhances the pain, if that makes sense. Like it's
totally
painful but healing at the same time. So
as as the control room works to pull up those names, I just want to kind of throw out some of these names here. Peyton Brewer Ross worked at Bath Iron Works. We received a statement from General Dynamics BIW tonight saying that they're all heartbroken to share that they've lost a member of the BIW family. They're sending the deepest condolences to the family and friends. Peyton was a valuable part of our team, a member of the pipe shop test crew, and recently assisted in the launch of a ship there. So you can see the images on your screen.
I feel like Ron Moran, as I see his picture, and I saw it earlier tonight, I saw that and I said, geez, this guy looks familiar. I feel like somewhere in my sports career, and he was a softball umpire, such an important part of his life. He just, you know, so many people. I also had friends on social media who were connected directly to Ron as well, and spoke so highly of him and everything that he was about, and obviously a great loss for that community.
And we've said over and over again, Trisha Aslin, she went by Trish. We've heard from her friends that she was a mother or a golfer, loved to bowl, which is where she was at spare time. And we're also hearing from friends and family that she apparently was actually trying to call 911 when she was shot and killed, trying to save the ones around her, trying to get help. But she's remembered by her friend and coworker at the Apple Valley Golf Course as a hard worker, a passionate community member, and a beloved friend.
Arthur Strout, lower left-hand side of your corner. If you guys have been with us through our coverage, you'll remember News Center Maine's Ryan Wooten actually spoke with his wife, Christy, and there was some confusion yesterday where Christy was told, apparently, according to Christy, at the hospital first that her husband was going to maybe be okay but was in really bad condition, and then that turned into the fact that he didn't make it, and that she couldn't get clarification either way. Clearly we have it now. Arthur Strout and his wife Christy, very emotional, speaking with our Raya Wooten last night. So
yeah, and Bob Violet there in the bottom center, leaving behind 5 children. His cousin John remembering him as a strong-willed person. He loved his kids, he loved his family. He made sure he always put us first. There was never a doubt that he wouldn't take care of us, and I really don't know what I'm going to do without him.
Josh Seal in the top right, we heard from his wife Elizabeth, who posted on social media about his loss and saying, at least in part, for those of you who knew him, first and foremost, he was the world's best father to our 4 pups. He was always there for them, lending an eye or a hand and going to their sporting or extracurricular activities. Always loved spending time with them, traveling, day trips to the beach, camping for the weekend. Amazing father, wonderful husband, Josh Seal in your top right there.
And as our reporter with our sister station who's here helping us out this week, Matthew Torres, said just a little bit ago, we are working to kind of get our graphics updated, get more pictures to you. But Bill Young, 43, and his son Aaron Young, 14, killed at spare time. So we're learning more about all of these people tonight. And let us not forget, too, the number of people who are still recovering from injuries, still at Central Maine Medical Center. I believe at last check, when we heard from John Alexander, the chief medical officer there, still 8 patients, no change in conditions. We have 5 in what they call stable condition, and 3 in critical.
And 3 hospitals taking part in the triage from last night, with Maine Medical Center seeing patients, obviously Central Maine Medical Center and St. Mary's as well. At Central Maine specifically, though, we had a chance to catch up with them, and here's what they had to say.
This is a pretty significant catastrophe for this team to go through. Certainly there have been other situations where we've had a large number of patients come in a short period of time, but it's just the nature of the heinous act that happened really makes this very different than any other time.
Okay.
Wow. We've talked a lot about the law enforcement response. We've talked a lot about the families of the victims. Important to remember the healthcare professionals who've been working around the clock for well over 24 hours now, just trying to treat all of these victims. They train for this, they prepare for this, but nothing can prepare you for this.
This is the real life equivalent of insurance. It's something that you have to have and you hope you never need, right? So you trained for something like this. You train for mass shootings, for active shootings, and so you're ready if it happens. And then you just don't want the if it happens part to become a reality. And last night, and obviously continuing to today, it has happened, and we're living through it currently as we speak. And people are responding. I think we touched a little bit on this yesterday, where I haven't heard or seen or had any stories sent our way where it hasn't worked the way it's supposed to, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like the law enforcement is, they had a plan and it's being executed the way it was supposed to, and the hospitals had a plan. Everybody had a plan. There didn't seem it wasn't confusion and chaos. It was a very well organized, okay, here's what happened and here's what we're going to do, and everybody had a clear mission and knew what their jobs were, and that part of this response to the tragedy has gone seamlessly, it seems. And there's some solace in that when something like this happens, our people that we count on to guide us and help us, literally, know what to do. And this has been, in that regard, positive that's been taken care of.
Yeah, and you touched on this a little bit before, and we spoke about it in the previous hours with Amanda Hill, Brian Yacono, and Chris Costa about this idea that we are going to feel uneasy until this man is taken into custody. But also, we're not going to be able to really start that process of grieving until this happens. For all of the families of these victims, it's going to take him being in custody for them to start that difficult process. So we are still in that stage of uncertainty and stress, and I can't imagine what it's like for those families to be going through that. And really, the state as a whole is at a standstill.
Well, and it's not. It is those families, clearly 100%. It's also everybody else. We're all directly affected by this. There are people who maybe didn't know any of the 18 victims and the 13 people that were injured, but yet have tremendous anxiety about leaving their house right now because Robert Card is still out there. We all feel, our brothers and our sisters' pain. And, I don't know Bill Young. I don't know his son Aaron.
But you could have been him.
But I'm a dad,
Yeah.
right? So now I feel like, Bill Young. I mean, I can't believe that, you went bowling with your son and now you're both gone. So, this is a giant onion with so many layers to it. But the first part of it for all of us is find Robert Card, right? We've got to find Robert Card, and then we can move on to what's after that, which is part of the healing process.
Yeah, earlier I mentioned Trish Aslin, Trisha, who was bowling at Spare Time. Her friend and coworker who was there with her as part of a bowling league for the Apple Valley Golf Course. They were just there after work, taking part in this bowling league. He spoke to our digital producer, Griffin Stockard, and here's some of what he had to say.
We had the Apple Valley Bowling League, and we take up lanes 1 through 10, I think. Unfortunately for our league specifically, we were near the closest exit of the back of the building. I was in a really good position where it was me, a handful of tables and things, and then there was him at the front counter. So when I saw him looking down at his gun, he was facing away from our group. I turned to everybody at the bowling alley on that side, and I said, "Everybody get out that exit door right now, live shooter," just yelled as loud as I could to get her, and everybody just started running towards that back exit. Part of me is thankful that I was where I was at the time to help and get my mother and my crew out of there to safety. But at the same time, I almost wish that I was up closer to him when he came in, because every time I close my eyes, I visualize myself attacking him. So, I mean, those people without shoes on or one shoe on and no phones, no keys, no nothing. And we all just kind of found our way across the street into this well-lit parking lot area. And we're basically kind of taking head counts at that point, like who's missing, who's here, who's not here. Pretty stressful times, because without everybody having their phones, you can't really account for everybody, because there's 10 people over at Marco's, there's a person in the ditch over there, another couple already ran off, and then they've called someone to come pick them up, so there's people missing. And Trish was definitely somebody I was looking for, and she didn't make her way out.
Yeah, so there's a lot of that. For the people who are still with us, who can talk about what they went through and what they're experiencing now, we thank him for sharing that with us, so we learn more about not just what he went through, but about Trish and the loss there, which is tragic.
Right,
So.
and like I said, so many of us in the room today have talked with those families, with those friends who continue to share the same sentiment that they don't want their loved ones, you hear it over and over again, don't want your loved ones to be remembered for this tragedy. You want them to be remembered for the life they lived. So the fathers, the mothers, the sisters, and everyone just kind of grieving tonight with what's going on.
So we don't know where Robert Card is yet. We have been learning more about him as well, and people who know him, or at least his family. So we want to hear some of that.
You see everything around here is their land. They're farmers. They're really good people. Saw his brother and talked to him while he was hunting, and other than that, he's been in the military the last 20 years as far as I knew. I've been here for 44 years. I know everybody. I mean, it's a small community, and I mean, the Cards are really good people. They're hardworking, farming people, and this whole thing is absolutely mind-blowing.
So you obviously heard from a neighbor there of the Cards in Bowdoin, right near the area of Meadow Road, where police swarmed that house earlier tonight. We've been talking about it throughout the night, that's an area that is quintessential Maine.
Sure.
If you talk about small town Maine, you see those sprawling fields, the rolling hills, and the farmhouse, and so many communities like that.
I think I heard Sam Rogers mention earlier tonight when he was on the scene, it looks like, for a visual if you want, if you were going to the fair, what the fairgrounds would look like, where you'd park on the grass and walk over to the rides. It's just wide open, sloping, grass space with houses kind of scattered throughout.
Yeah, and I don't know if we have the map to pull up from that scene. So this is Meadow Road, you can see there in the center, and you can see how close it is to Lewiston. We're talking about 15 miles here, I think about a 25-minute drive from that initial scene at Spare Time Bowling Alley to where police swarmed this house tonight. What you can't see on this map is just north of that is Lisbon Falls, where they say they are now focusing or refocusing their search.
Which is where his car was found.
Right, at that boat launch. And earlier we were hearing from the Coast Guard that they were working to track down some kind of 15-foot boat he had, but I don't know that was ever kind of confirmed. It was a situation where they acknowledged that he had this boat, they couldn't account for it, but they couldn't provide any further information there. But obviously the scene that they're focusing in here, or the area they're focusing in rather, is not that far away from where those initial shots rang out just over 24 hours ago.
Just to get you updated on what we're going to be doing for you guys, we're going to take you to the top of the hour. And this is all assuming nothing changes between now and then, meaning that they haven't found Robert Card yet. If they do, obviously we're not going anywhere. But at midnight we will take a little bit of break, and then every 25 minutes or so from there, we'll come back on and update you on whatever the latest happens to be up until 4 a.m. So for 4 hours, we'll do that. And then at 4 a.m., we'll go right back to wall-to-wall coverage, and we'll bring you all the latest and that we know about everybody.
Yeah, we've heard from a lot of you viewers tonight, and we really appreciate your thoughts being with us. We are here for you to get you the latest information, and a lot of people saying keep staying on TV. We need this information now. So we are going to leave you at midnight, but we will be checking in throughout the evening, and then of course be back in our full capacity first thing in the morning, as you often are throughout the week on the Morning Report, Lee. I want to also share maybe some of the more positive things. I think earlier we were showing the social media posts from around the country that are popping up. You have the Bruins doing their jersey, donating some money to the families. You have all of these entities that come together at times like this. Some of these posts will have that picture of the map of Maine with the heart over Lewiston. So
with the Bruins specifically, I mean, Jim Montgomery is the head coach. He obviously played at Maine for 4 years, won a national championship back in 1993. Very strong ties to our state, and so he spoke about the situation in Lewiston before tonight's game. Jeremy Swayman, goalie for the Bruins, played tonight for Boston. He's a former UMaine goalie as well, and he hung a jersey on the back of the glass behind the Bruins bench that said, had the number 207 written on the back of the jersey, and it said Lewiston strong. And I think you just mentioned, Zach, the Bruins, the entire team signed sticks, and they auctioned off those sticks after the game with all the money going to the victims in Lewiston, and the team also itself pledging, just the team getting it started, if you will, with $100,000. It was Brad Marchand of the Bruins signing a stick. It's one of the things to be donated tonight. So.
Yeah, and there was also a jersey, I'm not sure if you have a picture of it, but the jersey with the 207 number, and then Lewiston where the name would be on the back. So great for them for stepping up at a time like this. But when you see this outpouring from across the country, it's a reminder that it happened. That we say it's not going to happen here, and it happened here. So while, of course, we appreciate that outpouring of support, it does make it all the more real.
And there have been lots of sports teams that have reached out. We talked last night about the Celtics. Cooper Flagg, who is from Newport, and his mom went to UMaine. Obviously, his family's from here. He's the #1 high school basketball prospect in the country. He weighed in thinking about his home state, and really everybody, the Red Sox, the Patriots, all across the board. And, this is the stuff that we've always seen happen in other places. This is the support we would always lend to other places. We would be, Uvalde strong, or whatever community needed our support, we were there for them. It is very surreal to be on the other end of that and to be seeing all this and wait a second, they're talking about us. Like, it's just, I can't get used to the fact that this is something that we are now actually currently going through, and that all of these people, as heartwarming as it is, it's still very surreal to think that this is about us now.
That it is. Meantime, that manhunt continues. We haven't heard from police for quite some time since they surrounded that home, and no further information about what happened there or what didn't happen there. It appears that he wasn't inside the home because they all left the scene. This is Robert Card right there on your screen. He is considered armed and dangerous. There is still a shelter-in-place order in effect for much of Androscoggin County, so that's the towns of Lisbon, where that search has now refocused, as well as Bowdoin and the Lewiston Auburn communities as well. A number of schools canceling classes and all of that.
If we can get A48 ready, Luke, I think that's important because, we talk about how many people are out there right now looking for this man, Robert Card, that they've been looking for since last night. And trusting the process and understanding that these people that we put our faith in to keep us safe will in fact do so. And the Commissioner of the Maine State Police Public Safety, Michael Soschek, spoke earlier tonight, not just about what his team is doing, certainly the Lewiston and the Androscoggin County team, but there's just a giant, massive team right now formed in this search efforts, and we'll hear from Commissioner Soschek.
We have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only. And we'll continue to gather information so that we can bring the suspect to justice and ultimately seek prosecution down the road.
So that sound was actually from last night, I believe. But again, he was speaking today about that just sheer presence of police. The sheer number, over 350, I think, was the last update. And you really saw it earlier when Alex Haskell and Sam Rogers were at that home on Meadow Road in Bowdoin. You saw the canines, you saw the tactical gear, you saw not just one, but several of the large tactical trucks. We saw license plates that Sam Rogers, as that kind of procession was making its way out of the area, Sam Rogers was saying that there were state police from Massachusetts, license plates from really all across New England. So that is still true. What he said last night is still true tonight, and I think for them that is probably incredibly frustrating that they haven't gotten there just yet. But we know that they are working hard as we speak to try and track him down. I actually think we have some new sound from Commissioner Sawchuk now.
Our reality for today is that this suspect is still at large, and we want to provide community support for the victims, for the families, in the communities across the state. But we also have an incredibly strong laser-like focus on bringing this suspect into custody and ultimately to justice.
You see Governor Mills there behind Commissioner Sawchuk, and this is it has to be frustrating for them because all they want is to find Robert Card. They want all of us to have that a moment of exhale where we can feel safe again, and it's such a moving target. There have been so many locations. First of all, there were 2 different locations for the actual shootings, albeit 4 miles apart, but still 2 different crime scenes. They've been, looking in Lewiston, looking in Lisbon, looking in Monmouth for a little bit today, looking in Bowdoin. It kind of keeps moving itself around, and you're moving masses of people to all these places.
Right, and they, of course, are still continuing to keep those areas, those original crime scenes, secured. So there are still police on those scenes, probably processing evidence, probably still dealing with witnesses. So it's not just the manhunt going on. They're still focusing on these 2 areas where that tragedy initially happened. I'm sure there's a lot of evidence to go through there, a lot that they can't share with us about probably intelligence that they have about Mr. Card, about the surveillance videos that they were sharing with us earlier, the still images from it anyway. I can't imagine having to watch that kind of footage, but that is the work that they need to do to bring this man in and to have justice served.
And you're taking those people and you're splitting them into different, really, departments, if you will, because there's the search, part of it. Then there's the talk to the victims, and then there's the crime scene analysis, and then there's so many different layers to this to put together this entire puzzle to try to lead you to a direction where you ultimately end up with Robert Card in custody. So there's a lot to it. And again, this is what they train for, and these are the people we have our faith in, and we will trust the process that this will come to resolution, and we just hope that it's sooner than later, just like they do.
But again, we haven't had a press conference or anything for hours now. We've received little bits of information from police. I understand they're working, and we'll likely hear more from them tomorrow morning. I imagine it seems like they kind of reset each morning to keep us informed about what's going on and what we need to know as they work to track this man down. Robert Card there on your screen. He is considered armed and dangerous. If you happen to see him, police are still asking you give them a call. You can just call 911 if you have to, especially if you feel unsafe.
Also, Zach, real quick, the one constant that the state police and all police have maintained is if you see Robert Card, they definitely want to hear from you. What they don't want is for you to approach him.
Yes.
They've been very clear from the get-go that this is not somebody that you go try to detain yourself or engage with it in any way. If you see him, you are just to call your closest authority, let them know what you saw, where you saw it, and let them take care of it, because it's that much obviously of a dangerous situation.
Yeah, it's not the time to be the hero. I know Sam Rogers, I think it was in Lisbon last night, overheard someone kind of get in his truck and say, I'm going to go get him. And well, I understand that that is a Mainer thing to want to handle the situation. This is a situation we have to leave up to the police. So taking a breath here, I want to go back to where this all started with a timeline of events that got us to where we are today.
It all started around 6:56 Wednesday night when police received reports of a shooting at Sparetime Recreation Bowling Alley. Then just minutes later at 7:08 p.m., dispatchers received 911 calls about a shooter at Shemengi's Bar and Grill 4 miles away. Video showed people running from the scenes. Less than an hour later, at 8:06, police released this photo of the shooter from surveillance footage, walking into Sparetime with an assault rifle. Later, sharing this picture of a white Subaru they believe he was driving. At 8:09, nearby Bates College was placed on lockdown. After that, Auburn and Lewiston residents were ordered to shelter in place around 8:30 as hundreds of officers started a manhunt. Meantime, loved ones of the victims gathered outside of Central Maine Medical Center.
Friends are here, we're all waiting, and we've heard nothing. They won't tell us if he's alive, if he's in critical condition, if he's passed. They won't tell us anything.
At 9:26, police got a call identifying the shooter as 40-year-old Robert Card of Bowdoin. At 9:56, officers were notified they found the white Subaru belonging to Card at a boat launch in Lisbon, but not him. Then at 11:52, Lisbon residents were ordered to shelter in place. Police holding a press conference warning the public of the danger.
Card is considered armed and dangerous. He is a person of interest, however, and that's what we'll label him at moving forward until that changes. If people see him, they should not approach Card or make contact with him in any way.
A reunification center was opened at Auburn Middle School, where some got good news and others got the news they feared.
Still in shock. I think we're all in shock. I think us as a community are.
Through the night, police continued their search. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Bowdoin residents were ordered to shelter in place. Then at 10:30 Thursday morning, police confirmed 18 people were killed and 13 others were injured in the shooting. But the search continues for the suspect.
This is a dark day for Maine. I know it's hard for us to think about healing when our hearts are broken. But I want every person in Maine to know that we will heal.
The governor was, certainly speaking from the heart. I mean, you could feel the emotion from her, and the end there with the "we will heal," right? I don't know that there's a doubt out there that we will get through this. We've never wanted to have to get through something like this, but I don't think there's any question about what will happen once Robert Card is caught and once we are on the other side of at least that part of this.
Yeah, but this is not normal by any stretch of the imagination, and we want you to know that this will be difficult, and that there is help out there. If you need it, you can just text the word support to the number right there on your screen, 207-828-6622. We'll send you a link to our website where we have a number of resources we've compiled, a number of phone numbers to call. Of course, if you're in an immediate crisis, a mental health crisis, or you know someone who is, please dial 988 or the main crisis line at 1-888-568-1112.
One of the things I took from Greg Marley this morning, who was from NAMI, Maine, who joined us, was as everybody has rallied to support their field, as law enforcement has arrived in mass to try to find Robert Card, as extra media members have showed up to help us cover and tell the stories of the people involved here, so has the mental health world. He was telling us this morning that we asked, hey, what are your colleagues saying? And all of them were saying unanimously, what do you need from us? Like, I'm off today, but I'm coming in. I'm opening up my office hours. Whatever it is, they're making themselves available to us so we can get the help that we need, so we can take care of the people that we love. You cannot overstate the importance of our mental health as we process something that our state has never gone through before. None of us who live in Maine and are from Maine, have lived there forever, have ever gone through something like this of this magnitude. And there is no blueprint to go back to the last time this happened, we did this. There isn't one of those. So please make sure you're okay, because there are people counting on all of us, and if we're not, then we won't be able to help them. So use the resources that are available, and thank you to the people providing the resources for us to do that.
Yeah, and that's going to be a night for me, but I know you will be here throughout the morning. We have been having wall-to-wall coverage since this first broke yesterday evening. We will continue to keep you updated, and then we will bring our full coverage back. And I'm sure we will learn more overnight and into the morning.
Yeah, so I'll be here every half hour on the hour. So I'll see you at 12:31 all the way through. When we get to 4 o'clock, okay, Sharon Rose will be here, and the whole morning crew will be here, and we'll start again at 4, and we'll go straight through again. So for now, for the next 4 hours, it'll be every 30 minutes, and then at 4 o'clock, we'll see you straight through. So please stay safe, everybody, and take care of each other.
Take care.